Everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Champions Chess Tour finals. My name is still Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm here with International Master Alex Astane. Today, Alex, is a huge day already. Hikaru did not have the start that we were all hoping for. He lost both matches yesterday to Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Today, he's starting against Alireza. And Alex, my first question to you is, what do you make of Alireza's shirt choice?
Yeah, I think he's been having a few conversations maybe with Aronian, right? Levon Aronian, who's famous for these colorful shirts. But I actually like it. I think he's bringing the style to today's game against his first game against Hikaru. What do you
He's
think of it?
looking very happy as well. I don't know what's happening there in Toronto, but Alireza clearly in very high spirits. He also had what happened to Alireza yesterday? He won the first match, if I'm not mistaken, but then he lost a crazy match to Fabiano Caruana. We were watching parts of that, so if you were here, you'll remember that, I'm sure. If you were not here, I think it's well worth playing through his first game against Alireza. Was an absolute beauty. But let's go back. Let's get back to what's happening with Hikaru. So Hikaru had a tough start yesterday, and I said today is a huge day because he is playing Alireza in the first match, and he is playing a certain Magnus Carlsen in the second match. It looks like, Alex, to me that Hikaru will start with white once again, although from the ratings we see on the board right now, he is the higher rated player, so I'm not totally sure, but it looks like, oh, actually, I could have just looked at the board. That was silly. Yeah, Hikaru will be white in game one. How do you think Hikaru feels about having started all his games, all his matches so far with the white pieces?
Yeah, I mean, it's a strange one, right? So the regulations seem to be that the higher rated player gets white. So that kind of introduces a handicap because in a two-game match format, being the first player with the white pieces is actually a slight disadvantage. And the reason for that is, let's say that there are many games that end up in a draw, right? So if you have the black pieces and you get a draw in the first game, then you kind of know what you want to do with white pieces. Do you want to risk a bit more, go for the win, try and finish the match without going to tie breaks? Or do you want to be more conservative and maybe make sure you don't lose, guide the game to a draw and take it to tie breaks? So you kind of have those options. But if you have the white pieces first, it's more of a challenge. Do you take a risk? Maybe you overpress and then maybe you lose. That's what happened to Hikaru in match one against Wesley yesterday. But on the other hand, if you don't take enough risk and you draw, then you've got the black pieces and you're facing an opponent who might be looking to end the game there and then. So it's tricky. I don't think Hikaru is going to be too happy about three whites, but that's, I guess, they're following the rules of the tournament, right?
Absolutely. I wasn't laughing there because of your explanation or because of Hikaru getting white again, but I'm laughing because Alireza seems to find something very funny. I was also laughing, and hello, chat, good to see you all here. I was laughing at Capo Stipite's comment. Alireza, I'm sure many of you will know him by Gucci Reza, but today I think that is certainly Versace Reza. I think that shirt is, I mean, I'm not a big fashion expert, but it screams Versace to me. So Versace Reza, it is, something is happening in the playing hall. Both players are sort of smirking, laughing. I don't know what's going on there.
Do you
Alireza
not
is just,
think,
huh?
Fiona,
Yeah.
Fiona, don't you think it could just be that his shirt has been eliciting comments from everyone else in the room, right? It could be that he's enjoying the attention, you know?
Could be. I don't know. I mean, they're both, I think, clearly looking at something or someone talking. Could be a mix. Hikaru doesn't seem impressed by whatever is going on. Something is going on. Alireza seems to find it funny. Hikaru is just like, what the hell is this?
I
Why?
think, yeah, but you saw a slight smirk on Hikaru's face as well. I think there's some level of enjoyment, whatever's going on.
We'll have to keep an eye out on social media. Maybe you guys out there can do that for us. Let us know if something is happening. for the second day, they are running a little bit behind schedule. Mr. Buck, good to see you here. Alireza. It's actually a good one.
That's actually very good.
Good to see you here, Buck. And we have a handshake. We have an aborted handshake, much like yesterday. It looks like there's some kind of chaos going on in Toronto, but the players are off. And much like yesterday, Hikaru opened with d4. Yesterday, we saw two Trompovskis. Today, we see one d5 and knight c3. Alex, another opening surprise right off the bat.
Yeah, this kind of systems have been trending quite a lot. I mean, over the last few years, though, you've got that bishop to f4 as in the London system. So you could get this position, you know, let's say d4, d5, then bishop f4, knight f6, and only at that moment, knight to c3. So there's some kind of transpositions to, you know, the London, which is very popular at all levels. Part of it has to do with, you know, these guys, they know so much theory. So Hikaru's obviously banking on surprising his opponents. And it's worked well on some occasions. It didn't work against Wesley with the Trompovsky, but it did work really well against MBL, right? So I guess he's trying his luck here against Perugia.
Yeah, and this is the Jabava London, right?
Well, it's very, very similar with the bishop here. The bishop usually would not be coming to d3. You would take some different approach. For example, you would oftentimes, instead of bishop to d3, they would go knight to b5, and they would have this threat of winning this pawn on c7. And that would have this effect that it would pull the knight over to a6, where white would say, you know, that knight is not going to be a very strong piece. So it is the standard Jobava London configuration of some pieces, but normally bishop d3, I haven't seen that quite so often.
And Alireza decides to trade the bishops, and a move which Hikaru played very quickly, taking with the c pawn. So we get quite an unusual pawn formation already with a big pawn center for Hikaru, and a semi-open c file. What do you make of that decision to recapture with the pawn?
Yeah, I think it's quite a normal decision. Actually, more often than not, I've seen it in the London from the black side, where black steps the bishop onto d6, and after bishop takes, you can either capture with the queen or with the pawn. And usually from the black side, those positions are ever so slightly better for white, but pretty equalish. So here, Hikaru, I would say he's actually, even though it might seem strange to have these 2 pawns, he's actually still playing it pretty safe. I think he'll be quite happy with this position. He has nice control of the center. He has a healthy structure, healthy piece development. So he's not risking too much. And you never know, as you point out, Fiona, on this C file, maybe here with the queen stepping out to b3, Hikaru might be able to drum up some pressure against Alireza's queen side.
Yeah, and now we see after knight c6, Hikaru go into the tank for the first time. You just talked about the rook coming to c1. I think that is definitely on the cards. The other question is the knight on g1. I imagine that will go to f3. I'm also looking at the bishop on f4. Do we want to cling on to that bishop? Do we at some point want to play some h3 move or something like that? I imagine there is a wide range of options for Hikaru to continue here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so there is a little bit of a drawback, right? Which is you may wish, so one concern would be, let's say that you step the knight to f3. The concern of many London system players is, you know, I have this bishop on f4. What happens if black plays this move knight h5 and just hunts that bishop down? Because the knight from here is actually covering both of these squares. Right now, black isn't threatening this because white's queen covers that square. So that's kind of the dilemma of London system players. Okay, now Hikaru has actually gone in a different direction. But what I was going to say is basically, if you play h3 instead, you stop these knight ideas, like you said, Fiona, but it comes with another problem, which is And we're seeing a couple of moves, so I'll just finish this point in 1 second. And then basically that when the bishop goes here, white wants to go here. And if the bishops get traded, white wants to take with this pawn. If you play h3, that's not an option. So that, I was talking about these things because I thought maybe that's what was going to feature over the coming moves, but the game's taken a very different direction. So maybe we can catch up with these last couple of moves, queen b3 and rook b8.
Yeah, so the queen coming out to b3 was targeting an undefended pawn on b7, which is why we saw Alireza react with rook b8, just calmly defending. And then the knight did come out to f3, and Alireza decided to challenge the dark squared bishop, but not with knight h5, instead with bishop d6, just offering a trade of the bishops. And now I'm curious to see what is Hikaru going to do. We got a quick answer. I was going to say you can't leave the bishop on f4, because I think if black were to take that, the pawn structure just gets a little too damaged. So he could have dropped the bishop back to g3, or he could have gone to g5, which is what he has decided to do, establishing a pin on the knight on f6. And I'm very curious, are we going to see Alireza kick the bishop even further back with g5, which would give us a lot more sharp action, I would say, in this game? Or will he simply castle kingside here and we'll see something more quiet?
Yeah, it's a big moment for Alireza here because g5 is sort of what Hikaru is trying to provoke, right? He's playing a solid opening, but he's also looking for those moments where he might be able to imbalance Alireza and maybe induce some weaknesses. This move isn't about grabbing space. It's about, maybe you leave some weak squares here on f5 and an h5 in particular. And maybe Hikaru will be able to make use of that in the future. But on the other hand, if you simply ignore the bishop and you're Alireza and you do something like castle, sooner or later, you have to answer, what are you going to do about this pin? Because as long as that pin stays alive, it gives Hikaru some really interesting options. If the queen moves, maybe bishop takes knight, and you will force Alireza to damage his own pawn structure. But also, white may actually have this move e4. So Hikaru may be looking to advance in the center, and with the idea of trying to create this fork. And that's definitely helped along if you maintain this pin. So I think big decision for Alireza.
Yeah, big decision. And we see him take some time here to decide. G5 does make a lot of sense to break the pin, but it is also a committed decision. As we all know, pawns don't go backwards. So we see him go into the tank for the first time. I'm still fascinated as well by the body language of the two players, with Hikaru looking quite relaxed. I thought it was... I hope, I'm not sure how to put this. I hope that Hikaru managed to recover. Yesterday was one of the toughest days I've ever seen Hikaru have in any event. For those of you who were here, I'm sure you would notice as well from his body language that we saw on the camera that it wasn't just that he lost both matches, but it was the way, especially that final game against Samviel, the way the games were lost. So it can be tough to bounce back so quickly, but Hikaru has so much experience. Also, remember, this is still a long format. It's a round robin event at first. So yes, he lost 2 matches, but still 5 matches to go. And the only thing he needs to do to not get eliminated right away is to not come in the bottom 2 places. So we're still very far away from a possible potential early elimination. Meanwhile, while I was rambling, Alireza decided not to go for g5. Instead, just castle kingside. And after rook c1, you had talked about the pin. He decides to break the pin by simply dropping his bishop back to e7. Is that a decision that surprises you?
No, I think it makes a lot of sense here. Firuza is trying to force not only break the pin, but he's probably going to be looking to force off the bishops, because this is, in those London system setups, a lot, white sort of wagers a lot on the strength of this bishop. So it makes sense if Alireza will perhaps look to drop the knight to d7, even something somewhat stranger squares like h7 or e8, and just ask white, what are you going to do with the bishop? If you then drop the bishop back, it may be the case that then black steps the bishop back onto d6 and keeps on playing that game until white is forced to exchange the bishops. Now, the direction he actually goes in forces matters straight away because the knight actually covers the g3 square. And I would expect that Hikaru is going to exchange bishops. He might be a little bit afraid that if he slots the bishop back on g3, that long-term, the bishop and the knight duo are going to be a little bit stronger than white's two knights.
Yeah, so I agree with that, and I think we will probably see Hikaru take on e7, although the fact that he is thinking, I think there are only two options here. Either you take on e7 or you drop the bishop back to g3. So the fact that he is thinking indicates that he's at least considering dropping the bishop back to g3. I think if he does that, I don't know if he's thinking maybe the semi-open h-file will do something if the pawn from g3 can maybe later on be pushed forward to g4 and maybe g5 at some point in the future. But I expect Hikaru to take on e7, in which case we'll have material balance. We'll see two knights on both sides. The question is, if the bishops come off, do you feel that Hikaru has a little pull? Do you think the semi-open c-file or the maybe slightly more active knights is a little something to play with here?
Yeah, so I think that that's the main reason for Hikaru's hesitation between what to play, whether to capture or not. I think he feels if I go bishop, if I drop the bishop back, and he has captured, but what I suspect was going on in his mind is that he felt if I drop the bishop back, I create, what chess players call an imbalance. So I now have two knights versus bishop and knight. I have a very different pawn structure. We would get these double pawns. So there would be more chances for a win for one side or the other. But I think Hikaru was weighing that up against what he felt was the best move. And he decides that exchanging the bishops is the best move. The drawback to this, though, is that when both sides lose a bishop rather than a bishop versus a knight, the game does start to get a little bit more equal, a little bit more drawish. I think I would say white stands slightly better, but I think for now, Alireza is very comfortable and, quite happy with the outcome of the opening with the black pieces. What are your own thoughts?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Alireza's position is very solid. Also on the time, the players are quite evenly, on the clock, the players are quite evenly matched. One thing I'm curious about is Hikaru hasn't castled yet. I wonder, will he castle now, or can he get away? I feel like if the queens were off the board, he could probably get away with putting the king to the center. Remember, in the endgame, the king is one of the most important pieces. You, in the endgame, would much rather have your king on d2 than on g1, but with the queen still on the board, I don't think that I can get away with a move like king d2 here.
No, I agree. Like, I mean, I'm sure that you would get away with it against many opponents, but probably against one of the greatest talents that the world has ever seen in Alireza Firouzja, and a great dynamic player. You don't want your king on d2. I suspect, I mean, if Hikaru is going to try to find an active plan, one idea that comes to mind if we spot the structure on the queen side is Hikaru has 2 pawns and he has castle now. Hikaru has 2 pawns versus 3. So there might be something there where maybe some move like queen a4, target this pawn, maybe get that pawn to move. And then long term, let's say if we picture that black's pawns are like this, long term, maybe these pawns could be driven up to b5. That's known as a minority attack. And that would break up black's defensive configuration. I mean, but that's a lot of moves away. And it's by far, it's certainly not a winning plan, but it is one possible direction Hikaru might take the game in.
Yeah, and for now, Alireza drops the knight back to d7, offering another trade of minor pieces. Do you feel like, in general, in this position, trade of minor pieces will favor white or black?
Well, I think it depends how exactly the trade happens. I think if black played knight takes knight, or white played knight takes knight, black would be quite happy with that exchange. But if black is the one that has to exchange, I do think that improves white's pawn structure. Suddenly the pawn goes on to e5. And once you do that, this pawn here on d3 is ready to advance. So white would carve out a little bit more of a space advantage. Nothing crazy, but I think that exchange would be slightly in white's favor. On the other hand, if it's white that exchanges here, the structure remains the same, and there's a general guideline in chess, which is the side with less space usually likes to exchange pieces. And here, black is the one with a little bit less space because white's central pawn mass here secures him more squares. So, yeah.
I'm laughing because I see there's a discussion going on in the chat whether it is allowed to wear a shirt as distracting as Alireza. Guys, you haven't seen, if this wasn't allowed, I think Levon would have retired from chess a long time ago. I actually think, maybe Alireza saw the show yesterday. He watched the replay and he figured this show would fit in really well with the color scheme of Hikaru's dream with the health bar at the top and all that. So, no, I like it. I have to say, yes, whenever I look, I do have, the two screens open. I have the game on one screen and I have the camera on the other. And whenever I look at my left screen, Alireza's shirt is the first thing I notice. But I think it looks good. I kind of like it. I think not everyone can pull it off. But I
No.
think he does.
Yeah, I really like the shirt actually, and I think he's pulling it off for sure. And people were laughing at him when he got into fashion, but nobody's laughing now. Well, they were laughing actually,
They were
but
11. And I don't think, well, Messiah is asking, are there any events where you cannot wear very colorful stuff to not distract your opponent? I don't think so. There are a bunch of events at the top level, everything that's top FIDE events, the Grand Swiss, I think the candidates, probably the World Rapid and Blitz. There is a dress code. But I don't think that this shirt, I mean, if you wear this shirt and a jacket, I don't think that it would break the... Oh, maybe the dress code, maybe Wandering Bishop is right that it says unicolor pants and jacket and plain white, in which case it would break it. But I mean, in the Isle of Man, they had a dress code, and the first few days, everyone looked nice, everyone was wearing suits, and then after a few days, I think Jordan started showing up in this huge Balenciaga hoodie, and then Alireza wore a red hoodie as well, so and they weren't told off. So after a few days, the dress code tends to go down the drain a bit. Meanwhile, we've had some action on the board. Harry the H-pawn has advanced 2 squares. What do we make of that development?
Yeah, I think Hikaru's actually carved out a little bit of an edge for himself in these last few moves, because all of a sudden, black, with this arrangement of pawns, somehow they've kind of all landed on dark squares. And part of that has to do with black's choice to fight here in the center. But another part has to do with Hikaru sort of forcing his hand, forcing Alireza's hand to push this pawn to, stop the pawn from advancing. But the effect of all these pawns on dark squares, if you look at it like this, is that suddenly there are holes in Alireza's position for white to aim his knights there. Maybe we're going to see a move like knight h4, poking and prodding at f5 and g6, and maybe even the queen can also join the party. So I think we're seeing all of a sudden some attacking possibilities over the coming moves for Hikaru. Well, what are your thoughts on the development?
My thoughts are that I'm shocked at how quickly this will happen. I took my eyes off my chess screen for 1 second to discuss, Alireza's shirt choice and all that, his drip, the file dress code, a discussion which to me felt only took, uh, maybe half a minute, and I look over and Hikaru's H pawn has run up all the way up the board. The computer is very happy. You know me, I love myself some attacking chances, so I feel very good about these developments. I think Hikaru will be feeling very good as well. Suddenly, he's also a minute and a half up on the clock. Of course, this is far from a winning position. But I think Hikaru has made great progress over the last few moves. And right now, I'm curious, what is he thinking about? Is he thinking about doing something on the king side immediately? Is he thinking about that rook on f1, trying to bring that into the game at some point? I mean, it feels like there are a few options, a few ways he can go here, and I'm not too sure which way, which plan is best here.
Yeah, it's a super complicated position, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Hikaru maybe here spending even another minute, maybe as much as a minute and a half from this position. Now, he may, just as I say this, of course, he snaps off his move. So he didn't even let me say that he may not. I was going to say he may snap off his move, but he didn't even let me say that, He just, at that moment, No, I mean, what I was going to say is he may snap something off as he did, but it's also seems like a huge moment, right? Where we could have seen
Mm.
Hikaru go for maybe a queenside expansion, maybe keep the tension on the board with rook e1, maybe knight h4. So there were a lot of possibilities, but Hikaru, he makes a committal decision. He captures the pawn on e5, so no longer does he have those double pawns. And now he straight away pushes this pawn to e4. What that means is there is a immediate fight here for
Mm.
central dominance, but at the same time, Hikaru strengthens his grip on the f5 square. Maybe in the future he's looking to plant that knight on what we call an outpost,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time he gives up this control over the f4 square. So the game has gone in a very, very sharp direction with this change.
Yeah, I mean, I see the chat was not too happy, of course, to see the health bar go down, but again, I mean, I think from a human perspective, this going down this made a lot of sense. But we see Alireza now get some activity on his own, doubling the rooks on the F file. And I'm curious about the tension in the center now. There is Hikaru just a couple of moves ago took on e5. He can now take on d5. If he does, Alireza couldn't have recaptured with the pawn because there was a queen on c7, so the c pawn was pinned. Rook c2, again, I'm very confused to see this been given a question mark because rook c2 to me makes a lot of sense. The rook from c2 protects the pawn on f2, which means that in the future you can move the knight from f3 without having to worry about that pawn. And even though I see the computer lines, I still don't understand why is this so bad. The computer is shouting out for Alireza to now close the center with d5. But do you maybe have a better idea than I do at why this would suddenly be in Black's favor?
Yeah, I mean, I think on a really sort of like, if we follow just the most general guidelines, I think what would come to mind is that after d4, black does have a greater slice of the center, which is a big change from what we saw a few moves ago, where white actually had more pawns in the center and better control. So I think the computer doesn't like that Hikaru is giving black that option to just grab more space. And there may also be some concrete lines. One thing that needs to be considered, and I think the players are probably uh, running through these kind of variations. But one thing that needs to be considered is if black had played d4 and white went knight e2, is there an option for black to sacrifice an exchange here, maybe pry open Hikaru's kingside? So there may have been some hidden variation there that was particularly good for black. We didn't see it, and Alireza, probably not convinced himself, he decides to keep the tension on the board and not move the pawn.
Now, to look on the bright side, I hadn't looked at the clock times for a minute. Hikaru is still 5 minutes on the clock. Alireza, 2.5 minutes. Alireza, of course, not only, you know, as you mentioned earlier, one of the most talented and strongest player, but he is known for being a speed demon online. He hasn't been quite as active maybe over the last year as he was before. But still, yesterday, I was shocked when we followed his second game against Fabiano, which he had under control for the entirety. I mean, he was even winning out of the opening, but he cracked under time pressure towards the very, very end of the game. So I am happy to see Alireza's time ticking down here. And I wonder if the computer said that d4 was so strong for black on the previous move, if we're white here, can we somehow stop black from pushing that pawn?
Yeah, and just before addressing this question, I wanted to mention that Alireza, I think there's one thing that plays in Hikaru's favor. I mean, besides the clock situation, is that Alireza hasn't had the, best performance in the last, year or year and a bit, whereas Hikaru has been just very consistent and in excellent form. So I do think that although historically Alireza is such a talent, such a speed demon, all of these things might be crossing your mind, he has felt more vulnerable in the last few months. And I think in that sense, there's zero reason why Hikaru wouldn't be confident in this situation, or especially confident. But yeah, with respect to your question about the move d4, I'm not sure that there is a way to stop it, but I will say that with black's queen on d6, maybe the move d4 carries just slightly less sting, because now the rook is here. So maybe we imagine a situation where this rook moves, black chooses to advance the pawn. At that point, there might be ideas like knight d2 and knight c4. You gain some time against the queen. The rook is well placed here to remove your knight. So even if you can't stop d4, maybe d4 has kind of lost its bite a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And just one thing, because I see someone, Sarings, in the chat asking about the increments. I realized we haven't mentioned the time control yet today. So for those of you who were not here with us yesterday, the time control is 15 plus 3. So yes, the players get a 3-second increment per move. Times have actually evened out now. Hikaru has regrouped his forces to double up on the D file. And I see that the engine is drawing our attention to an interesting possibility here for Alireza, which was to take on f3. To my human eye, that looked very dangerous. I mean, if we had only one protector on that 9, fine, but we had two. Instead, Alireza goes for c5, which the computer certainly likes a lot less. Alireza is taking some ground in the center here, but at the same time, are the pawns also getting more loose?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great development for Hikaru, because I think Alireza really, in order to test Hikaru, that was the moment. Just instead of playing this move c5, I think he had two interesting directions. One was to exchange that knight, and the other was to advance and
It was
grab.
not quite an exchange, but to give up the exchange,
Yeah,
yeah.
to give
Or,
up the
yeah.
exchange, exactly. And the other was to grab more of the center. And both of these things led to chaos, because if you grab the center, I saw that there was actually queen b3 check and winning a pawn, and it
Mm-hmm.
gets very messy. The queen gets a little offside, and so chaos would unfold there. And capturing was also super interesting, but the direction that Alireza went in was a little bit different and makes his center more stable. Now, having said that, as we can see from the health bar, the computer is not liking too much Hikaru's plan here of rerouting the knight, but from a human perspective, it makes sense. He wants to bring that knight to e3, and for a long time now, he's had his eyes on this powerful outpost.
Yeah, knight g4, as you said, I think makes a lot of sense to me. I think very, very soon now, time is going to become an issue. I think one thing which I had underestimated quite a lot is almost all the players in this field, or all the players are, some of the best blitz players in the world. But when they play blitz, they play online, 99% of the time. They don't play blitz over the board so often. And we saw yesterday the players get really nervous as time was ticking down. And time is certainly ticking down here. Hikaru has just dropped back his knight to e3, as you mentioned, eyeing up f5, but also potentially d5 in some cases. And just 1 minute now, 1.5 minutes for Hikaru, and this is everyone's game once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been speaking a lot about the strength of this square here on f5 because it's an outpost meaning that none of black's pawns can actually challenge the square. That's what makes it so strong. But the problem that Hikaru faces is that black also has an outpost, and this square d4 is as central as it gets. So, Alireza, we have to give credit to his approach. He's managed to establish a beautiful knight here. And maybe Hikaru has to think, I was going to say, Hikaru may have to think about ways of undermining that configuration here. This is a monster knight, and Hikaru can't really live with that piece just staying on the board. So what he's looking to do is just chip away at either of the supporting pawns. And black, Firouzja, for his part, he is playing whatever is needed to maintain that structure. But the outcome of that exchange is that suddenly you have an open B file, and white, Hikaru, is the first one to get there. And maybe if he can land the rook on the 7th rank, he's going to be able to create chances against black's king.
Yeah, 25 seconds for Alireza. The position is really messy now. We see an exchange on f5. I would take white here. I feel like with this rook potentially coming into the 7th rank, I feel like the imbalance favors Hikaru a bit more. I personally find it easier to play for white. We see the black queen, which was under attack, drop back to e7, so temporarily taking control over that square on b7. So the white rook cannot go in right now, also defending all the pawns as you are just highlighting. And I'm curious to see Hikaru's next move. I feel like the white queen isn't doing so much on d1. I'm not sure where it will go. It goes to e2. So Hikaru now putting pressure along the e file on that pawn on e5. Alireza plays a defending move. And what are we going to see next? It feels like all of Hikaru's pieces are well placed now. So I'm curious to see which piece he will look to improve next. And it is the queen that's going on all the way into the black camp.
Into the black position, absolutely. And although it remains balanced equally, you know what I mean? The position remains balanced, but I'm inclined to agree with you. I mean, just from a human perspective, what if you step the rook here and on the next move you're going to win this pawn? Now Hikaru takes a different direction, but it still feels like, if I'm Alireza here, I can't push my pawn. And I also have to be very careful. He has gone pawn hunting.
You also have
Suddenly
7 seconds on the clock.
7 seconds. Yeah. Rook b7.
Okay, careful not to drop that rook on e1, which is under attack right now. I imagine it might go 2b1, just doubling rooks. I certainly feel like, yes, Alireza has picked up a pawn along the way, but with time ticking down so low, Alireza is the one whose king is less safe. There is a mate threat on the board right now, but things are getting quite crazy with Alireza looking to and not just defend on g7, but also create chances of his own.
Yeah, unfortunately for Hikaru, Alireza has actually got the ideal setup here, and he's able to win a pawn on h5 unless Hikaru has tricked him. Now, the messiness is you can't win this knight because of queen takes g2, but suddenly comes rook b2, and Hikaru has tricked him. Rook d6 wins on the spot if he finds it. And he
rook
finds it. He
d6
finds rook d6.
is
He wants
played.
to take and check. He wants to take queen f7 is forced mate on the board if he finds the sequence. That was insane trickery.
Really nice play by Hikaru, who was under some pressure. Alireza is fighting on, but he is down a full queen, and everything is going to collapse on the king side. Hikaru will take on f7 next. I think e5 will drop as well. Maybe there is even stronger. This one, as long as Hikaru doesn't lose on time, but he has built up some time. He has around 10 seconds. This one, I'm not gonna say in the bag, but it should be very close. I think we're not getting moves again, but the game is over. We see a resignation by Alireza Firouzja, and this was a much needed win for Hikaru, who yesterday had gone all day without winning. So the first win in the event, and what a massive, massive win it is for Hikaru. Alex, I'm quickly gonna check if anything else is still going on. One game is still going on. Let's quickly jump there. It's a big one. Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, wow. So big game, two of the world's best going at it, but it does seem like things are pretty calm here. Black is one pawn down, but yeah, these rook end games, they're actually with best play, they're drawn. So I guess Magnus in the time scramble, he's going to try, and he's going to try to trick Fabiano. So that's the question. Will Fabiano be able to prove the draw here against Magnus or not? What do you think are his chances, Fiona?
I think his chances are very, very good. Fabiano, I think, from the players I've seen live, is one of the guys who manages to keep his cool in the most, I haven't formulated this very well, but I've never seen Fabiano panic too much or get, too nervous. In general, he's a pretty cool customer. So I think, I don't know how long they've been playing this endgame for. It's already moved 72. So I imagine that that Fabi has been showing some good defense for a while here already, and that Magnus is, of course, trying with the extra pawn and the knight. Knights are tricky pieces when you're playing on seconds to create something. But I think that Fabi has this one under control. Having said that, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we see Magnus do some trickery, but I think that we should see a draw here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Also, this kind of an endgame is pretty common, with this particular setup of pieces. So it's possible that Fabi has literally studied this exact ending, in which case he can play it almost from memory, and he may make zero mistakes in that case. But yeah, Magnus will keep trying.
Absolutely. I'm gonna take, you know what, because I think it's a bit tricky for you to do it. I was wondering how far we are from a potential 50 move rule. Because I think we might not be so far away. The last pawn move I can see. Why is this being so difficult? I think
Feels
was a
like a long time
long
ago, yeah.
time ago. Okay.
But whenever I try to scroll back and they make a
Yeah,
move,
that's
it
why I'm trying to do it, but mine is also going crazy. Okay, I think
uh,
it was move 49, if I'm not mistaken. 49, which would mean that we're only 10 moves away. Of course, I never know how these things work with over the board rapid,
it
because Fabi has no way of being sure.
But
It,
Fiona,
uh-huh.
I mean, right now they've captured, but it doesn't matter.
Oh,
But in any case, when
yeah,
pawn
I
moves have
didn't.
occurred, it changes
I
it.
was just thinking, how is Fabi gonna claim the draw? And when I looked back, the position was completely different. But we are gonna get a draw now anyway, as I think they are probably gonna play to stalemate, and we'll see a handshake. There we go, King f6.
No,
Black has no more legal move available. And King f6, funnily enough, was move 100. I think possibly this was the first 100 move game of the tournament. Elsewhere in this first game 1 of match 3, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave actually beat Wesley So with the blank pieces. And Denis Lazovic held Abdusadorov to a draw with the black pieces. So we are going to go on a quick break now, and we'll be back very soon with game 2. Hikaru, if you missed it, he just won game 1 against Alireza. What a game it was. All he needs now is a draw in game 2 with the black pieces to take this match against Alireza. And today you guys don't want to go anywhere. I think yesterday some of you left after the first match against Wesley, not realizing there was a second match coming up. Today again there will be 2 matches, and the next one is against none other than Magnus Carlsen. So whatever you guys do, don't leave at any point. We're gonna go on a short break, and we'll see you on the other side of this.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the Champions Chess Tour finals. And Hikaru has had a much better start to the day than what we saw yesterday. He won game 1 with the white pieces against Versace Reza, who is already at the board ready for game 2. He is in the unpleasant must-win situation, but he has the white pieces, so that is something working in his favor. I'm very curious what opening, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Alex. What opening do you think Alireza what opening move will he play to try and win this second game against Hikaru?
Yeah, I suspect Alireza, he might go for d4 here, or perhaps for knight f3. I feel like when you're in a must-win situation with the white pieces, d4 offers slightly better chances. There's not much in it, so anything could be played here. But usually slightly better chances because more lines have been worked out till the very end in e4 position. So what Alireza wants to avoid is he wants to avoid Hikaru being able to sort of play something like the Petrov defense, right? And do what Hikaru did to MVL yesterday, which is just have some preparation, get in that prep, and completely equalize. A draw gets signed in 20 moves. That is Alireza's nightmare scenario. So what he'll be looking to avoid.
We see Alireza actually there at the board. That's a completely different Alireza. Before game 1, he was smiling, he was laughing. It looked like there was something going on in the playing hall. I still don't know what it is, but clearly he was not too happy, and nobody would be. I mean, losing game 1 in a 2-game match is never, gonna put a smile on your face. But we see him very focused. He is probably thinking as well. I'm sure all these players, when they go into the match, they give it some thought beforehand. If I need only a draw in game 2, what am I gonna do there? And if I need a win, probably the players have a different idea. So for sure they give some thought going into the day to the different possible scenarios and what they are going to play there. I see chat is wondering, where is Hikaru? I'm sure he'll be there very soon. In Toronto, they have very, very strict anti-cheating measures. So I think every player gets checked for 2 minutes. I'm not sure what they are doing during these 2 minutes, what cavities are being searched. Is that too far? But Hikaru has arrived at the board now. He only needs a draw in game two to win this match, and the players will be off any moment now. Darth von Trier is saying my alpaca sweater from yesterday didn't bring any luck. As you can see, brand new day, brand new outfit. Actually, Alex, you kept your unlucky. Is that true? Am I right in thinking you
No, no,
stuck
no.
with
This
the...
is I was wearing gray yesterday and
Oh.
I'm wearing green today. It just they're both such bland colors. It's hard to distinguish, but they are different shirts or t-shirts.
Okay, so we both, we burned all the clothes we were wearing yesterday, and it's working so far. Hopefully Hikaru didn't burn his pineapple socks, which I think were a gift from the mods a few years back. But for sure, today is a much better day so far than yesterday. Where's the pineapple shirt from Hikaru? Maybe we'll see it come out. But right now we have liftoff. And Alex, I see you pulling a face. You did say you would be surprised if Alireza, played e4 and maybe we'd see another Petrov. But I am also surprised that Hikaru is repeating the Petrov. I thought that was going to be more like a one-day surprise weapon. Alireza has had all night to think about how am I going to meet the Petrov if Hikaru repeats it, and he decides not to take the pawn on e5. And this line that we're seeing here is, I believe, very unusual, right?
Yeah, it's quite unusual, and it's also really interesting that Alireza, knowing that Hikaru was playing some what we call a sideline, something that is not very common at all within the Petrov, that we were taught when we were kids is not a good line. Hikaru's been playing it, and he had so much success yesterday with it against MVL that fellow Frenchman Alireza Firouzja, born in Iran but now plays under the French flag. His fellow Frenchman, or MVL's fellow Frenchman, decides not to test Hikaru. So that says something about, the respect that they're giving Hikaru's opening line from yesterday and his level of preparation. So I think Hikaru must be happy with that state of affairs.
Absolutely. Sorry, Alex, I'm gonna digress for a second. Someone says they were Danny Ranch socks. I saw that tweet, but I had assumed the tweet was a Photoshop job. So if they were Danny Ranch socks, then they can be burned. But we don't want to burn the mod's gift socks. Also, calculus is correct. I am a woman. I am. Thank you, Jaren, for changing that. I wonder if it said that all day. I'm looking at the screen constantly, and I hadn't noticed. So thanks for pointing it out. Meanwhile, the game has
But
progressed a little.
Fiona, Fiona, I
Yeah.
noticed that in the last 5 minutes, you've suggested that Hikaru's been cavity searched, burned Danny Wrench's gifts. I'm wearing the same clothes. You chose violence today, right? I mean, you're saving no one in this this assault.
Yesterday was nice, Fiona. No, no controversial opinions, no edgy takes. It didn't work out, so I thought we have to mix things up today.
Yeah, the
Um,
second the cute alpaca jumper goes off, it's like Dr. Jekyll or Jekyll and Hyde. So
yeah. What else can a Fiona in Mortal Kombat with? Exactly. Taking notes from Hammer. I have learned a lot from Hammer. Funnily enough, this is something we were discussing just last night after the stream. Shout out to Hammer, who I believe is doing commentary on this event for Norwegian television. I was going to say about this position, if I had seen it just a second ago, I would not think that this came from a Petrov. I would think that maybe Alireza played some weird offbeat, G3 on move 3. So this is a rather unusual position. It's a completely solid and sound position, but usually we see white in these kind of position, I think, have a knight on c3 rather than a pawn. And Hikaru is also doing some routing here. The knight has just jumped back to e7. Do you think that knight is going to g6, or or do you think the knight from f6 might go away and we're preparing some kind of f5 push? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so it's really kind of an interesting position because usually when you see this structure, it's a structure we see all the time with black's pawns arranged like this, and even black's knights. All of this, let's say everything that is highlighted in red and green, we see it um, all the time, but we usually see it in the Italian game. And in the Italian, this bishop right here this bishop here on g2 is actually usually on this diagonal right here. So
Mm-hmm.
that's a key difference. And one of the effects it has is, on your question, which is where is this knight going to? Because there's a common maneuver in the Italian to put that knight on g6 with the idea that in the future, you may be able to jump into the f4 square. That's no longer possible because of Alireza's unusual setup here with the bishop fianchetto and the pawn already covering this square. So that makes it harder to figure out how exactly Hikaru is going to approach the game. And it also makes sense that Alireza would choose to play in this way because in recent years, the Italian game has been so heavily studied that it might be, from Alireza's perspective, it just might be he might not feel too confident that he's going to be able to break down Hikaru's defenses in Italian opening waters.
Yeah, and I mean, I wonder if both players are happy with what they have gotten out of the opening. I think it's going to be a not very, but a rather slow maneuvering game, with Hikaru being the first to ask some questions here by pushing the pawn to a5. And saying to Alireza, what are you going to do? Are you going to keep the tension? Are you going to push the pawn to b5? I don't think that Alireza is really considering taking on a5. Yes, the pawn on a5 is undefended at the second, but as soon as the bishop from c5 moves, or maybe a move like c6, white is not going to be able to hold on to that pawn. So Alireza decides to push the pawn to b5, and we see Hikaru quickly bringing his knight to g6. What do you think Hikaru's long-term plan is here?
I think it's really difficult to suggest a long-term plan because it's all going to hinge on how White himself develops his pieces. I think Hikaru's just going to be looking to play it slow, improving moves over the coming 4 or 5 moves. So I think a move like h6, just controlling this g5 square, we might see also setting up a situation where you can put the bishop on e6 without having to worry that that bishop is going to get targeted. We might also see a move like c6, just controlling the center. All of these are useful moves. Finally, maybe rook e8. So what I think Hikaru is going to do is he's just going to follow a scheme of playing solid moves, maybe choosing one of these moves. Knowing my track record, we can expect that Hikaru will play none of these 4 moves, the next time around. But who knows? Hopefully, one of these will materialize. I would not be surprised with a move like h6 because of Alireza's last move. The knight is perhaps going to head to c4, targeting this pawn on a5 in the long run. So it might be a nice idea if you're Hikaru just to not only finish your development. The bishop here on c8 is the final piece, and he plays it actually straight away without h6. So obviously he figures knight g5 is not a concern, and he immediately covers the c4 square.
Yeah, so that asks the question of Alireza, what is he going to do with that knight on a3? Is he instead going to drop it back to c2 and then maybe onwards to e3, from where the knight will be controlling both f5 and d5? In general, that's in those kind of Italian games a very standard maneuver. And Alireza taking a bit of time right now to decide how to continue. Knight c2 might also prepare a potential central push with d4 in the future. So I think knight c2 makes a lot of sense. I'm also looking, oh, I was just talking about the d4 push. He decides to go for it without any further preparations. And of course, a move like d4 always asks some questions of your opponent. What do you do? Again, do you keep the tension? Do you maybe take on d4? I don't think Hikaru is gonna want to do that, to exchange his pawn on e5 and give white this big center. So I guess he will ignore it. I think the move you suggested a short while ago is still perfectly good, h6. But I think there are other sensible moves here. What would you do?
Yeah, I think a pawn move is a good idea in this position, whether it's h6 or maybe the move c6. In both cases, in the case of c6, maybe you carve out the c7 square for your queen to connect your rooks, and the queen from c7 is well placed to support the center. So you might see a move like that. Or the safest move, I think, is just h6, taking control of this square, which is useful, not so much because of this pin, although at the right moment, the pin might be kind of a frustrating pin, but also just to stop knight g5 ideas hitting the bishop. Now, Hikaru taking a different approach, which is also sensible. It's one of the moves we had outlined a couple of moves ago, and that is rook e8. And from there, indirectly, the e5 pawn gets indirectly defended, and it might suggest that Hikaru is aware that down the line he may choose to resolve to release the tension in the center. That tension that we speak of is these two pawns eyeing each other up and being able to capture one way or another. So he might say, if in the future I decide to capture, then suddenly my rook is going to be really well placed here on e8. There may be some of those ideas going through his head.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, I was looking at the chat. Chat, help me out here. There was a big discussion going on about g4. And I've been looking at the g4 square, and I don't know what they were talking about. Were you guys talking about knight jumping to g4? Were you... What was the g4? I tried to scroll back to the beginning of the g4 discussion, but I failed to find it. Maybe before d4 was played, the bishop from a7 was looking down at that point on f2, so I don't know if that's what was going on. Chat has gone all quiet. Maybe they're confused as well. But after rook e8, Alireza into tank again, and we see Hikaru get up from the board. Usually getting up from the board indicates that a player is feeling quite confident. I'm sure we'll see him come back very quickly now that bishop b2 has been played by Alireza. So the bishop from b2, it's sort of looking down all the way. I mean, every single square that the bishop is looking at along the long diagonal right now is occupied, first of all, by two white pawns, a black pawn on e5, a knight on f6, another pawn on g7. But in the future, that bishop might open up. Bishop e2 makes it much less likely that Hikaru will have a capture on e4 himself. And I don't know, maybe in the future, Alireza could consider trying to put more pressure on the black center. Tell me if I'm being crazy here, Alex, because as I think you and a lot of people in the chat by now will know, I love playing f4. I wish the rook was still maybe on f1, although then e4 would be hanging. So I'm asking for a lot here, but I'm thinking if I'm white, I would like to put pressure on the black center, on the e5 central pawn. I'm just not too sure how to orchestrate it.
Yeah, I think that you're right about putting pressure on the pawn, but maybe the way to do it is by advancing this pawn on c4. And that would tie in well with this bishop here, sort of unmasking the influence of that bishop. Now, that does give Hikaru the opportunity to maybe capture here on d4 at that moment when white is no longer able to capture back with the pawn, which ideally they would like. I mean, if black if white could play like this so that he keeps those two strong pawns, that would be ideal. But he can't really do that and at the same time add pressure on e5. So he may just push here, c4, and grab some space, open up the scope of the bishop, and ask Hikaru a question, in terms of what are you going to do about your e5 pawn.
Yeah, and Hikaru is certainly contemplating now how to meet such a potential plan. He goes for a move which gets a question mark, but which I find very interesting, dropping the knight back to h7. And we talked about g4 a second ago, but do you think Hikaru is eyeing up the g5 square?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I suspect that he is eyeing up the g5 square, but not really so much as an attack, but rather as a way to force off the exchange of these knights. Maybe he was kind of tempted into going for this approach after Alireza's last move h3, because now if he can land the knight on g5, he doesn't just have an attack on the knight, he's got an attack on that pawn on h3. And we mentioned this in the last game, but in general, there is that rule that it's more of a guideline than a rule, that the side with less space usually likes to exchange some pieces so that their position isn't cramped any longer. And here, if Hikaru brings the knight to g5 and forces off the minor pieces, he probably feels that's going to get him closer to the draw that he needs.
Yeah, the chat was also pointing out maybe removing the knight from f6 indicates that Hikaru would like to play replace the knight on f6 with a pawn in order to not consolidate. I always forget this word, not solidify, not maybe there's consolidate that I'm looking for, but to basically strengthen his center. And once again, I mean, the computer, interestingly enough, is calling for Alireza to now play the move that you were talking about a second ago, pushing the pawn forward one square to c4 in order to unleash the bishop from b2 and put further pressure on Hikaru's center. We see Alireza deep in fault. Cement is another good one. Thank you, Snacker. Fortify is also a good one. Thank you, Alona. Thank you, Chet. And Alireza decides to react with queen d3, which the auto feedback thingy marks as a miss. And I'm curious to see Hikaru's next move, because we can see some engine lines. And funnily enough, one of the moves that the computer advocates here for Hikaru is knight f6, sort of saying the computer didn't like knight h7, and it actually would be happy to lose 2 tempi just to bring the knight back to f6. Instead, Hikaru plays another of the top choices, c6, and now challenging white's queenside. And I have to say, I like the way this has been going for Hikaru over the last few moves. How do you feel about his position right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think Alireza has gotten what he wants, right? He wants a confusing game, which is a little bit uncharted territory. But the problem with that is, yes, Hikaru may have been confused into playing a move that the computer feels isn't so great. But the same now has happened to Alireza, right? That's the risk when you play something unusual. It's not just your opponent that's more likely to slip up, but it's also you. And so I think that has balanced out. The position is now pretty comfortable, pretty equal. Still so much play in the game as we move to a pretty tense situation. Because there's so much going on in this middle game, and it's fast heading towards the blitz stage. And once again, Alireza 2 minutes down on the clock.
He is down 2 minutes on the clock, and we actually, I think, the fact that Alireza collapsed towards the end of game one, which we saw earlier, the time was a huge contributing factor to that. So if you're Alireza, you will want to speed up. And look at that. I really think this move is the mark of a great player. Playing knight f6, psychologically, it's a very difficult thing to do because you sort of have to admit that bringing my knight to h7 was not the best idea. And in a way, I have lost some time now because I dropped the knight back to h7 for no apparent reason. I have now brought it back to f6, but the computer certainly approves. And Alex, are you as impressed by Hikaru's willingness to bring the knight back to f6 as I am?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but at the same time, I can imagine some beginner players quite frustrated, right? Because we see Hikaru dropping the knight to h7, and then a move or two later, he just brings it back to f6. And, we both praise him as, this being a mark of a great player. But if a beginner does that, you know there's no such suggestions. It's like you just get ridiculed, you get attacked right by your coach. Why are you moving the piece twice? Why are you wasting time? But in this case, 100% true, right? Hikaru, it's what we were speaking about yesterday, that flexibility of thinking. These guys don't care where the piece, what has happened. Like, what they do is they always look at the position. They try and figure out, what do I need to do in this position? What is the best move? And if it's bringing the piece back that I moved, from one square from A to B and bringing it back to A, then I'll do that and there'll be no hesitation. So yeah, 100%, I agree, Fiona.
Yeah, and knight f6 has sent Alireza into the tank. We just talked about how he probably needs to speed up a little bit. You don't want the gap to become too big. Of course, over here, we are happy to see him thinking and the gap, getting bigger and bigger. But only 3.5 minutes now for Alireza. He's down 4 minutes on the clock. And I think the problem is that he doesn't have any obvious moves any longer. Suddenly, all of Hikaru's pieces are well placed. The two knights on g6 and f6, I think, are on their ideal squares right now. The bishop looming on a7 is doing well. And Hikaru is always asking these questions, also to the pawn on b5. Alireza decides to drop the knight back to d2, and what is that move doing, Alex?
Well, I'm not too sure, but one thing, and we see it there in Hikaru's immediate reply of d5, what I was going to say is that one thing it does do is, by taking it away from f3, there is less pressure on that center. And all of a sudden, that opens the doors for Hikaru to be the one who takes the more aggressive stance and goes for that pawn break in the center, looking to open up the position. And if pawns get exchanged, lines open up, the game can get more attacking, more tactical. And the big question is usually whose pieces are going to be better, right? If we go to all-out open warfare, who is going to have the better army? And I'm a bit worried, if I'm in Alireza's shoes here, with these knights and the bishop not as well placed as they could be. So I think Hikaru is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think another big factor here, another teaching moment is, I saw earlier someone saying, steady Hikaru, you only need a draw. I think that, and this is a very common knowledge, I mean, I'm not the first person to say this, but I think one of the big mistakes when you only need a draw is to play for a draw. We've all seen it backfire so many times before. And I like the fact that Hikaru didn't just sit around and, kept things solid, but went for this d5 push when the opportunity presented itself, taking the game to Alireza, playing actively. Yes, a draw is enough, but I think he's absolutely right to keep playing actively, to keep pressing. And right now, I really like his position. He is up 4 minutes on the clock, and I'm curious what his next move is going to be, because right now white is attacking the central pawn on e5. So do you think Hikaru will take the pawn on d4? Do you think he might part with the bishop pair and take on c4?
Well, I
Well,
think this is a huge moment, and Hikaru has. And the reason I say it's a huge moment is because if Hikaru, yeah, and he does go for it, if Hikaru captures this pawn, the white queen is undefended, and that means that if white recovers the pawn with either the knight or the bishop, Hikaru can actually play the move c5. c5, taking advantage of this pin. So the situation facing Alireza is he's got 2 minutes on the clock. He's just lost the central pawn. And he has to figure out, can I capture this pawn and make the mess that appears on the board somehow work out for me? And I guess that's what he's doing, because it's a really difficult situation. If he doesn't take the pawn, Hikaru might just grab this knight on the next move and maybe step this other knight to e5 and then push this pawn. Suddenly you have two connected pass pawns. He may not even capture here. He might just push the pawn straight away. In either case, two connected pass pawns are usually, especially when one of them is a free pawn for you, is usually a winning asset. So Alireza has nearly burned half of those 2 minutes. And yeah, he's figuring out, can I somehow get my pawn back? He is right now in trouble.
He is in big trouble on the board and on the clock. As you mentioned, it's a difficult spot when you understand that no matter which move you make, I think Alireza understands that he is worse. And remember, saving a draw from this position is not enough. Alireza needs to win in order to equalize the match. So this might be the moment where he is looking not necessarily for the best, the objectively best move, but for the move that will give him the best chances to complicate matters from a practical point of view, even if it isn't the best move. In the end, he settles on knight takes d4, which the computer does not like so much, but it's not immediately clear to me what is wrong with this move, other than, you know, stepping into this pin. The knight is right now cannot move from d4 because the queen on d3 is unprotected. But do you see something concrete here?
Well, I think that there's a lot of choices that Hikaru has. The first one that we spoke about, c5. The problem with this is c5 is met with e5. That hits this knight, opens up the bishop, and the game becomes incredibly messy. So if you're in Hikaru's shoes, you might look for something else. And that's something else that I suspect he might go for, is to take the knight immediately. That's because you cannot capture back with the queen, because after this exchange, with no queen on the board, if we imagine this queen is no longer there, there is no defender of this knight. And at the end of that sequence, black would win a clean piece. So what that means is after bishop takes knight, white would have to recapture with the bishop. Then you could play the move c5, still e5. It gets very messy, but the idea would be then black just takes the knight on d4 with the queen, forces off a lot of pieces from the board. And in that chaos at the very end, after so many pieces have come off the board, black will be up material in an endgame that looks extremely difficult to lose. So I think Hikaru knows his position is really good, but when choosing between, and he goes for bishop takes d4, when choosing between the paths, he wants to figure out the one that carries the least risk.
Absolutely. So you called this one c5 is on the board as well now, with Hikaru, you know, hitting that bishop on d5. Alireza, I think, going for the only reasonable counter, which is e5. And now a big question, do you take on d4? Do you move the knight? What do you go for here? Well, that was not played. The queen stopped on d5 for a second now. Sometimes the board does this, yesterday too, and it gives us these heart attacks. But Hikaru played the best move, capturing on d5. And tricky spot now for Alireza. His knight on c4 is under attack, so he jumps to b8. He is currently still down a piece, but he is going to take the knight on f6 soon, or the rook on a8 if Hikaru were to move his knight. What do you think Hikaru will move? Will he move the knight from f6 or the rook from a8?
That's a really tricky question, actually, because from a purely material point of view, you would expect, knight to d7. Just play this move, knight takes, rook takes, and bishop takes. And in the end, you lose this, let's say, rook and pawn for a knight. So you lose an exchange in a pawn versus losing this, piece for a pawn, but it's really, really close. That would be the move that I would play. But the fact that Hikaru is thinking, I think one concern is if you go like this, knight takes rook, rook takes, and then you lose this pawn on b7. I think what Hikaru is considering is how strong is this, what we call a protected pass pawn at the very end of the game, right? Because white, that pawn is really solid, impossible for black to really win it. And if black loses this pawn, Hikaru loses that pawn, this is going to become potentially a monster. So if we're just thinking about material, knight d7 is the move. But if we're considering where is the risk, what are the endgames I might lose, rook b8 does seem safer.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance we'll see rook b8 played, and just as we say that rook b8 appears on the board, of course Alireza immediately captures the knight on f6, and now the smoke has cleared somewhat. If we do a quick material count, we'll see that material is even, but Hikaru has that central passed pawn on the d file. He also has a knight on b6, which is really, really awkwardly placed, and doesn't rook d6
It's
just win the
over.
knight?
It's over. Absolutely. If he spots rook d6 and look at Hikaru's face,
Yeah, he spotted
he's
it
got that.
already. He's just
We've
like,
seen the
what?
frown. We all know this, you know. He's like, what's going on here?
I think he was
Where's the
about
trick?
to play it instantly, and then oh, no.
Wow. He
Okay,
goes a
I'm
different direction, but
really
okay, this
surprised.
also seems to be winning. I'm really surprised that I wouldn't be shocked if Hikaru now spots rook d6 and goes for it anyway. Um, the point with rook d6 is just that knight, as Fiona was saying, the knight is stuck because the bishop here on e6 is covering its retreat square. So there's no knight d5, there's no knight c4, and I think if Hikaru goes rook d6, that's objectively that's a winning position. But at the same time, it looks like he's spoiled for choice, and the computer suggests bishop to b3 is an even better move. Um,
Okay, there was
wow.
maybe we can come back after the game to this, as Alireza is ticking down to make that last move with just 1 second. We had a weird sequence of
Yeah.
moves there, but the piece has dropped, and even though there is a pin, knight e7 defends the bishop, and Hikaru is up a piece. He's going to slowly untangle himself, and I think we'll see
I
uh,
yeah.
a win
I,
coming up
I
very
wouldn't
soon.
even be surprised if he captured on b6, for example, right?
Mm.
Because he might say, okay, that seems silly to give up this piece. But the point is that we're at that level where even losing a piece, Hikaru is probably going to not lose the position, right? So he has a huge buffer here. Now, of course, he doesn't do that completely insane thing that I suggested of giving Alireza a full piece. But yeah, I think he's going to coast to victory here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Alireza resigns in the next few moves.
Absolutely. Hikaru's idea was that he just wanted to play bishop e6 in order to unpin, but now that the rook is protected, he can drop back the bishop to c6 instead. And for Alireza, the problem is he wants to keep as many pieces on the board as possible, but he has to exchange one pair of rooks. And this position, Hikaru is up a full knight for only one pawn. It is completely game over. If Hikaru was the one with no time, we might be feeling a little bit stressed, but Hikaru still has a minute to Alireza's 9 seconds.
And
Hikaru has,
let's
yeah,
take a moment maybe to acknowledge what an incredible way to bounce back from what you mentioned was, a really rough day to kick things off yesterday. To bounce back after that tough day and score what's looking like 2-0 against Alireza is no mean feat, and it will give him confidence going into the next round, which is going to be far from easy.
absolutely. Hikaru, if you're just joining us now, is playing Magnus next. Magnus, I was reading in the chat, we'll check it out, once this game ends, as
Checkmate
knight
on the board.
f4 was knight f5, sorry, was setting up checkmate. Alireza resigned because king h5 would run into bishop e8 mate. Very nicely done by Hikaru, who wins his match 2-0. Magnus has indeed beaten Fabiano with black to take that match. Wesley, let's go there. Looks like Wesley is about to equalize his match against MVL. He was in a must-win situation with the black pieces, but he's currently up 2 pawns in this endgame. So it looks like these guys are going to go to Armageddon.
Yeah, it's yeah, I mean, it's just 2 pawns, right? What can you
And
do
2
here?
connected pawns as well. Connected
Yeah.
pawns are the strongest kind of pawns because it makes it easier for them to advance together as a team. MVL, of course, it makes sense for him to fight on. But oof,
Yeah.
especially with this pin now, I think we'll see a resignation very soon with this pure work ending. Yeah, I was just gonna say I'd be shocked if MVL felt like letting Wesley demonstrate that he knows how to win this. I'm quite confident I would win that endgame against MVL. So Wesley certainly wouldn't have had any problems. And I think, Alex, there's still one game going. We can go there. Nodirbek with black against Denis Lazovic. I think this one has just turned around as we joined it. When I was looking at it a second ago, the computer was saying 0 zeros. If we just rewind 5 moves very, very quickly, you'll see that Dennis had
Yeah.
things under control up until here, but rook g8 was a big mistake.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, but on paper, like if you look at the computers, anybody here in the
Let's just
chat
go,
and
sorry,
ourselves,
Alex, forward
yeah,
to the live position so that we can stick with it because things have turned around again. Okay, when the game is over, we'll take just a short moment to see what happened here. Why did it go, or when did it go from a draw to a winning position for Nordibek and then back to a drawn position? Also, how easy is it to draw this for white?
I mean, I think that the idea is that if black steps the king forward, tries to get this setup, what white is going to do is they're going to use rook that one moment to play rook g8. And they're going to say, either I promote, I make a queen, or I win this pawn. So that's the defensive strategy. And so in that respect, it looks like even with little time on the clock, it should be okay. It should be possible. Dennis is likely to be familiar with this. And so he's playing from memory here. And what a slip up from Nordubek, after Dennis's first mistake.
Absolutely. The players repeated a couple of times here, but then Nordibek played h3, so the game goes on. But I think this one is going to force a draw. Nordibek is going to be forced to take the pawn on a7, which is threatening to become a queen on the next move. Dennis will then take on g6, and of course, with only the h-pawn remaining, a draw. We'll see. No. That was, I think what happened is the players maybe put the kings in the center and somehow the DGT board recognized it as king f5. King f5, of course, would have allowed a8 queen when white would suddenly be winning. So we are going to get 2 Armageddon games. I think we'll go probably on a break quite soon, but maybe we can just okay, no, we are going to go on a break. We will be following the Armageddon action. We'll have 2 games, MVL against Wesley So and Denis Lazovic against Nodibek at the Satyrov. That means Hikaru's gets quite a long break. I think the schedule says that Hikaru's game against Magnus will start 55 minutes from now. So we'll go on a quick break now and we'll be back with all the Armageddon action.
See you guys.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Champions Chess Tour finals. If you're just joining us now, you missed a great win by Hikaru, who was actually in the chat just a second ago there. If you're still here, congrats, Hikaru, and best of luck for the next match against Magnus Carlsen. That will happen in roughly 40 minutes. From now, first, we are going to focus on the Armageddon action. 2 matches ended tied 1-1. MVL against Wesley So, where interestingly, both games were won by the black pieces, and Abdusattorov against Lazovic also ended tied, but after 2 draws. And Alex, in this Armageddon, Wesley So will get the black pieces with a winning bid of 8 minutes and 57 seconds, while Lazovic gets black with 10 minutes. How do you feel about those bids?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's kind of crazy to see these bids coming in for sub 9 minutes. Probably these guys have actually done their homework in terms of where the edge lies. But to me, it feels like giving up almost half your clock time is a lot to give up. What do you think, Fiona? Do you fancy MVL's chances to collect the full point here?
I was gonna say I do. Wesley, of course, is incredibly solid, an incredibly solid player with white, with black, and just a very strong and solid player, full stop. But I agree with you that, 6-minute time difference is a lot to begin with. I'm also surprised to see MVL open with the English. He's been a 1e4 player for most of his life. He is in a must-win situation though, and it is something you talked about earlier. Within e4, there are a lot more lines that have been, analyzed so thoroughly, where black can often drive the game into very equal waters. So this one here, a lot more life in it, and b4, a very interesting pawn sacrifice by MVL. Do you think Wesley will take this pawn on b4?
Yeah, I think he first played the move e4 because if he had taken it immediately, there were some tricks involving pinning this knight and suddenly making the bishop on b4 uncomfortable. And the effect of this, of the way that the last few moves have unfolded, is white has lost this queenside pawn, but on the other hand, they have won black's central pawn. So MBL is banking on these 2 pawns here in the center, being able to push them forward, and in a perfect world, to steamroll Wesley. Not that black has any major problems here. I think the position is around equal, but both sides have the reasons for being happy. Wesley, because he's escaped the opening with an equal position. Maxime, because he has created some winning chances for himself in the middle game.
Yeah, so we see quite a big imbalance in the pawn structure. We see black have a 3 versus 1 majority on the queen side, and MVL immediately using those open files and that were created by the fact that he's missing his B and C pawns. Let me ask you this. Would you ever consider, and I think I already know the answer, but would you ever consider taking on the knight on c6 with your bishop in order to damage the black pawn structure?
Yeah, I mean, I would be very hesitant to do something like that, because when you have all your pawns here, and now even with this one, every white pawn on the king side and center, they're all on dark squares. And because I know I'm not exactly saying anything groundbreaking here, but because pawns are capturing diagonally, they only control dark squares. So this becomes a really important piece here for Maxime. And he, in fact, avoids doing that. He drops it back. He wants something to make sure that Wesley isn't able to, drum up an attack along those weak light squares. Instead, he's going for e3, and his intention, I think, is to follow it up, perhaps even now with the move d4. and he's starting to try and get these pawns rolling. That is where Maxime's advantage lies, with the extra pawns on the center of the board.
Absolutely, and I have to say, I kind of like MVL's position. You talked about the bishop on g2. It feels like that bishop is such a monster, and it makes it a little bit awkward for black to complete his development on the queen side. The bishop on c8, he would like to get that out, but it is for knight now tied down to the defense of b7. Not only is b7 under attack, the b7 pawn is also pinned because of the bishop looking down at the rook on a8. But an interesting move that was played quite quickly by Wesley, c5 here. And I have a bunch of questions which were answered quickly by MVL, who says, I'm just gonna fianchetto my other bishop as well, put it to b2 and defend my central pawn, but also look down all the way potentially to g7 in the future.
Yeah, I think Wesley caught Maxime off guard with this brilliant move c5, because we've been talking for a while about how Maxime's hopes rest mainly on those central pawns. He wants to make something happen with them. And so Wesley's move c5 a couple of moves ago, or rather just on the last move, when Wesley played it, that bishop was on c1, so Maxime's queen was undefended. And so he used the tactic to get that pawn to c5. And now look at what Wesley is going for. Even though the computer says that's a mistake, I don't see it as a mistake at all. Wesley is going for that exchange, breaking down the center, and now things have gotten really chaotic. This move, knight d2, at first glance, it seems like Maxime is just lost. The two rooks are under attack. You're going to lose one of them. And yet, if we see the evaluation bar, it's equal. So there's more than meets the eye here in this position.
And what is that more than meets the eye? I'm actually curious. I saw that rook b5 was the top move suggested by the engine, and this is the point. Rook d5. The problem is I still don't understand, because the engine says this is 0-0 because after queen c7, rook c5, you keep attacking the queen and the bishop, but a draw is not enough for MVL. He is white. He is in a must-win situation. Do you think MVL forgot this is an Armageddon game? What is going on here?
No, I don't think he forgot. I think he probably just figured, he probably spotted that this is only good for a draw, but figured let me shake things up, put that rook on d5 anyway, because it's an active rook, and let me just try to survive down an exchange. But you're right, this is the power of Armageddon. Wesley is playing with the fact that a draw is good enough for him, and as a result, Maxime has to play the position down a clean exchange. Now, having said that, apparently Wesley has gone a little bit wrong here, and Maxime is able to somehow come to life with all of his pieces. This is where Maxime's best chance is going to lie. He needs to sort of spring to action while his pieces are better placed, they're more active, all of his pieces, than Black's. Because if Black is given a move or two to coordinate, then long-term, Wesley So is up. He's up in exchange, and long term he will win, or at least not lose.
Sorry, Alex, I got distracted for a second because Hikaru was back in the chat saying, if Hikaru wins, he plays tomorrow as usual. Okay, boss. Good to know. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, Hikaru will be playing after today's match against Magnus Carlsen 3 more matches in the round robin. I don't know if now, maybe I can take a 30-second, well, maybe not right now, when F6 have just been given a double question mark. I was going to go into the format, which we haven't talked about so much today yet, but let's leave that for later.
Yeah.
Why is F6 a blunder?
Well, first of all, Ben Feingold's fans are going to have a field day with this, with the double question mark happening the second that F6 gets played. But the reason is really not easy to spot. Now, it's a big question. Will Maxime find this? A4 is the point. Suddenly, the black queen is almost trapped. And the problem is that if you step to a square like B3 or even to C4, but let's say B3, then what's going to happen is knight to C5 hitting the queen and hitting the bishop. And suddenly, black is actually in a lot of trouble there in terms of losing this bishop. But if you go to C4, then I think knight F4 happens. And you may also, wait a second, actually, if queen C4, I was thinking knight F4, but then I just saw that black may have queen takes. Yeah, but after queen takes, there may be the move rook takes E8.
It's really messy.
Rook takes E6. Am I losing the plot?
I
I'm
think
not
it
sure,
looks
to be
good to
honest.
me. It looks good to me. I was just
Ooh.
wondering how easy is A4 to spot? Well, I get my answer. Not easy at all. I thought MVL might be looking for this because, as you mentioned, the queen just um I thought that the players would have a feel for the black queen running out of squares dangerously. Uh, this also looks dangerous. The black king has lost its entire army of pawn protectors, but MVL has invested a full rook into this. And
Yeah.
yes, he has 3 pawns, but is this enough? It feels to me that the reason the computer says this is completely winning for black is that MVL just doesn't have enough attacking power here. Yes, the queen is on h6. There's the rook. Maybe the knight can join via f4, but I just don't see how you create a lethal threat here.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. And there's another thing as well, which is problematic for MVL. I mean, besides the obvious, being down a rook is a lot of material. But the other thing that's a problem is that black has moves like bishop g7 or queen f6, gaining time in the defense against white's queen. So the second either of those moves show up, like now we see queen f6, white has to move the queen away. And let's say that white tries to keep the queen close to the king. Maybe then bishop f7, again, costing white time. And so black is able to gain time in the defense. And when you combine that with being up so much material, the pawns don't matter. So it's really as if MVL is down a full rook right now. Because these pawns, it's really not possible to advance them. So MVL, I think, is in a lot of trouble. He had his chance, but I think now Wesley will convert.
Yeah, and Wesley, I'm just trying to remember, did Wesley win both matches? We obviously remember that he beat Hikaru, but in round 2, Wesley beat Lasovic. So it looks like Wesley is about to win his third match to remain perfect here. The queens have come off the board. Wesley started this match 6 minutes down on the clock. He still has almost 5 minutes here. His pawns are gonna start running, and MVL will keep trying, but it just doesn't look like he'll be able to drum up enough play here to create something. The bishop on a2 as well. That bishop looks so out of play. It's, down in the corner of the board. But the bishop is controlling some important squares along that light squared diagonal. In some case, if white could, if you could picture the white bishop coming to c4, maybe you could dream of building some kind of mating net around the black king. But that bishop is a powerful defender. It has now gone back to f7, not only to protect the king, but also to open up the path for the a4 pawn, which is now only 3 squares away from queening king f g7. You were highlighting the pin along the f file. Bishop f c4 was a threat, but it looks to me, Alex, like black can just push the pawn now.
Yeah, in the end, white is the one with more pawns than black, but black's a pawn looks like the most dangerous one. And you're right. I mean, this bishop was the critical defensive piece for black here, just making sure that nothing happens on the king side, and at the same time supporting this pawn, preventing white's bishop from stepping in. So a really key piece. And Maxime sort of met a brick wall with that defense from Wesley.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Wesley. I have to say, Wesley was not one of the players I had on my radar, to do super well in this tournament, not because he's not an extraordinary player. I seem to have lost the chat completely. Am I the only one? Never mind. But because in his last performance in the Singfield Cup, I just didn't feel the motivation from Wesley. He also mentioned about the candidates that if he qualifies, great, but if not, he doesn't, care that much. So I thought going into this tournament, he would be one of the less hungry players, let's say. Maybe others would be more motivated, but he's not only about to get his third match win, he's also been playing some uh, brilliant chess. So kudos to Wesley, and yeah, definitely taking me by surprise here. When is Hikaru playing? I think his game, his match, the one that we have all been waiting for, the match against Magnus Carlsen, is scheduled to start in just under half an hour at half past. This game, I think, is coming slowly to a conclusion. We'll keep following it until the end, but I'm already gonna pop up the other game where there's a lot more life left. I don't even know. Should we stick around here? What do you say, chat? First three people to vote, to write in the chat. Do we stick around here or do we just trust Wesley to win it and go to the other game? Let us know. Maybe we stick around. Other game.
So
Okay, they
far,
vote, we move. Let's move.
everyone is saying move, yeah?
Okay,
So,
let's move. We trust Wesley. In this game, Nodirbek, he is in a must-win situation. Time Dennis Lazovic started with 10 minutes, so times have almost evened up. But Abdus Saturov with the bishop here and with the pressure on the pawn on b7 seems to have quite a nice advantage here.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, the position, everything looks nice here
And
and yeah, sorry.
I'm just seeing now. I don't know if it was there the whole time and I didn't notice it, but it is there now. We see actually MVL against Wesley on camera there. So we are looking at Abdusatrov against Lazovic, but we will see when the result happens on the top left part of your screen. We have the camera on the players. Sorry, Alex. Back to this game between Abdusatrov and Lazovic.
Yeah, I mean, since we arrived at it, a lot has changed in the sense that the bishop pair is gone for white. There is this damage to the pawn structure, but the bigger point is that Abdusaturov now has an extra pawn. And in this type of an endgame, it's looking grim for black, especially because, white, although the pawns look kind of terrible, all these isolated pawns, double pawns, not the kind of structure you want, but because they're pretty close together, white's king will do a great job of just hanging on to them. And this bishop is covering important squares. So everything is looking good. And it might even be the moment for Nodirbek to think of the
Oh my
kill. And
goodness. Oh no.
the computer is showing, sorry?
No,
So, no.
sorry. I was keeping an eye on the other game, and I think Wesley might have almost dropped his queen to a square. Like the engine bar jumped to +10. Sorry, Alex. I was
Oh,
going
do you want
crazy.
us to go back to the game? Is it, or
I don't
has it
know.
gotten crazy? Did we jinx it? I mean,
It's
it has
hard for me to
definitely,
call. It's tough to
it's
call.
definitely gotten crazy.
Okay, let's go. Let's go back to
Okay,
MVL.
we're
Sorry,
going back.
guys. It's such a tough
All right.
call to make. It looked so clearly over. And suddenly, MVL has created something. His pieces are getting very close. The Black King, even
Wow.
though the computer says Black is still winning, suddenly this becomes a lot more difficult to play for a human.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, but there is a big question. Can black sacrifice here? Because if you take back, the rook hangs. Now, if you go rook takes, there's going to be rook g7 check. but maybe in there was some kind of way to force the draw. Wesley has decided not to go for that, which on paper it makes sense. You don't need the draw, but the reason why you don't, black is better. But the reason why we're speaking about this idea is all that Wesley needs is a draw, right? So he might be thinking, how can I simplify? How can I make it a dead draw, the kind of draw I can make with my eyes closed? And right now, even if Wesley is winning, right now it's still tricky, and it's possible the queen or the rook lands on one wrong square and it's game over.
They have just this second made a move 61, which means that from here on out, a 1 second increment kicks in. And I think this is a game where the evaluation bar, it says -4, but if MVL can keep pushing the pawns without allowing a perpetual check, which might be easier said than done, he will have some chances here to create something. And the reason I jumped earlier when we were in the other game is at some point Wesley So was on G8 and the computer had recorded Wesley making the move Queen F7, which allowed the fork on H6, but I think Wesley probably spotted it as his hand was still on the queen and moved the queen elsewhere. That's why I was shouting, because for a second the bar jumped to +10. But this one is still not over. 1 minute and 17 for Wesley. If you're MVL, how do you mobilize your pawns, or how do you try and make progress here?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely difficult to do. Maybe MVL wants to bring the rook over to H3 and then try to play it this way, but there is so many. Oh, but now there is a very good moment for the queen to B6 was maybe not the best choice. Suddenly, MVL has the possibility of rook D6, kick the queen away, and maybe try to make some progress with the king. But he has missed that opportunity. He's instead pushing the pawn on the e pawn all the way to e5, and that makes sense. White is trying to, get his pawns up the board and either make a queen or perhaps launch a crushing attack against Black's king with the rook, knight, and pawns. And
I have
actually,
a
just
feeling this game is gonna have, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not saying MVL is gonna win it, but I think we're in for like a Fabi Alireza-esque game from yesterday with lots of twists and turns, as this one is far from over. Look at the Black King. It's in the corner by itself, and MVL is gonna look for a way now to somehow either set up some checkmating threats or start pushing those pawns.
yeah, and that's what we see right now. And earlier I was just going to say that Black's rook takes g4. Oh, that's a crusher of a move that Wesley has found, and that just, it's lights out. The point is, it's what we were saying about Wesley finding a position that he can draw with his eyes closed, and this is the one. After king takes rook, you go check, you pick up this knight, not even picking up the knight because of the square that MVL went to. He actually managed to grab the full rook, and now it's completely over. Even whether he had taken the knight, it would still have been a draw, but taking the rook, it's even better here. It's even easier. And all that Wesley has to do is avoid walking into a knight fork.
Yeah, and still this one, MVL is going to fight, because Wesley, we talked about this yesterday, and I think we'll see it in action now. A 1 second increment in Blitz when you're playing over the board is almost nothing. It's so difficult to even, keep your time. Just physically making that move within a
Wesley
second.
is just going to take the pawn.
Oh.
And Wesley is
Very
not in it
nice.
for the he's not in it for the rating points, right? He
No.
just wants.
What a fight we've just seen between the two players. Alex, the other game is still going. Let's go back to Nodirbek against Lazovic, but I think Nodirbek is just putting the finishing touches on that. What a crazy game we just saw, but Wesley So does it. He He is now on a perfect 3 out of 3 match wins. And Nodirbek, he has 2 extra pawns, but I think one of the big problems here is the Black King is just cut off and unable to rejoin the game. Can we just give a check and exchange rooks? That will be game over, and that is what happens. So Nordibek Abdusattorov wins his match against Denis Lazovic. We saw Magnus earlier take down Fabiano Caruana, and of course we saw Hikaru take down Alireza 2-0 in their match. That was a much needed win for Hikaru as he prepares to take on the mighty Magnus Carlsen next. We are gonna go on a short break to reset the batteries, come back with full energy. You guys do the same, but without going away. Just, recharge the batteries. We need all the power. We need all the energy. 15 minutes from now, we'll be back with Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen. So we'll see you guys then. Welcome back, everyone. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. Just a moment from now, Hikaru, we will be taking on Magnus Carlsen and Alex. Before I ask you, happy birthday to Khan in the chat. Hikaru, this is the first match. He will be starting with the black pieces as a rating underdog. What are your expectations for this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, huge match. Hikaru obviously has a lot of the pressure off his shoulders with the victory over Alireza in the previous round. Had that not gone his way, this would have been really, really just about as hard of a spot as you can imagine yourself in, right? 0 out of 3 matches, and then facing the world number 1. As it stands, if this match doesn't go his way, it's still not a complete disaster. So he has a little bit of margin, but obviously it would be incredible if he bounces back here and beats Magnus, because then he would be have lost 2 matches and won 2, so he'd be on a 50% score. And with only the bottom 2 players being eliminated, he would be in good shape almost around halfway through the tournament. What are your thoughts? What do you think Hikaru is thinking in terms of the pressure of this match?
Yeah, I think Hikaru will be feeling a lot better for sure after beating Alireza 2-0. Something is going on again. The players are laughing. I really need to find out if Hikaru joins us today or another day. We'll have to ask him what is going on in the playing hall that makes the players laugh before they start. But as you said, this is a huge one. Magnus has won all his matches so far, but I feel Hikaru has the wind in his sails. Is that an expression? I think he'll be feeling good after beating Alireza 2-0. And also happy to finally start as black. We actually heard from our team that the reason the higher rated players get white is because the organizers consider it an advantage to be white first, which is interesting. Anyway, that's something that we will ask Hikaru about when we get a chance to talk to him. We see Magnus there, super focused. We also see on the left-hand side Nodirbek ready to take on Fabiano Caruana. I think, yeah, maybe what is happening is I think Danny, Kanti, and Kaya are right by the players, and so the players can hear what they are saying as an intro to the match, and that must be what makes them laugh. Anyway, let's just flip the board as we are off. And Alex, once again, a surprise early doors here. Let's just flip the board.
Sorry, yeah. That is very surprising indeed. I mean, Hikaru's just been bringing one offbeat opening after another. Normally d4, d5, c4, the first two moves, that's the Queen's Gambit. But it's very rare to meet that with the move c5. So Hikaru is showing that he's kind of exploring waters that most top players, they don't spend much time looking at. So the big question is, does Magnus know his stuff in this very rare line, or will Hikaru win the opening duel?
Yeah, and we see Magnus took a little bit of time to play knight f3, just defending his central pawn on d4. Hikaru captured. And now Magnus, I guess, has a choice. I have to say, I'm not familiar at all with the designs. He could have captured on d4 immediately or throw in this move knight c3. The knight couldn't be captured because the black queen on d5 was unprotected. And okay, I think the good news is that that Hikaru will be the better prepared player in this game. There is, I think, no way Magnus could have guessed that Hikaru would hit him with this rare 2c5 move, especially because Magnus can play anything. Like most of these guys, he can play anything as white. So Hikaru himself couldn't have predicted necessarily the Queen's Gambit appearing on the board, and that tells me that maybe this line is something that Hikaru had prepared in general for any opponent in this match. It happened to be Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru blitzing his moves out, one hand on the board, the other hand on a coffee cup. And what do you actually make out of the position that we are seeing on the board? It looks like white maybe has slightly more space in the center. The two knights are already out. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Magnus has a slight edge here out of the opening, but that's to be expected when you're, when you've got the white pieces. If it all goes according to plan, you're going to have a small advantage, and that advantage lies in the fact that Magnus is the first one to lay claim to the center, and also Hikaru's strategy has cost him a little bit of time in terms of shuffling his queen around. It almost reminds one of the Scandinavian defense, right? Where black does play d5, breaks in the center, and then moves the queen around in this kind of triangular way. And I would say the evaluation is maybe something similar to a Scandinavian defense. White is a little bit better, but on the other hand, black has relatively straightforward development for his pieces, so no major dangers. I think both players are going to be happy with the outcome so far.
Magnus just developed his bishop to e2, and we see Hikaru take that opportunity to grab some space in the center himself by pushing the e-pawn forward 2 squares. I like the move. I guess one of the downsides of playing e5 is that now white in the future could get this outpost on d5. Hikaru suddenly, he doesn't have a c-pawn any longer. The e5 pawn has moved forward 2 squares, so d5 cannot be controlled by a pawn any longer. The good news is I'm fairly certain that Hikaru has still looked at all of this. Will Magnus continue developing normally here by castling kingside? Are we going to see him develop the knight from c1? I think both moves. Well, I didn't actually suggest a move for the bishop from c1, but I guess g5 is one natural developing square, e3 is another. And what about Hikaru? Where do you think his two bishops are gonna go?
Yeah, I think what you say about the outpost is definitely true, and this is a key strategic feature in the position. Both sides have an outpost, meaning that it's a square that can be occupied by a piece, like a white knight in this instance, but there are no pawns, in this case on the black side, there are no pawns that can actually cover that square. And the same is true for the d4 square. There is no white pawn because there is no c pawn, the e pawn is too advanced, so they cannot control those squares. And because they're central squares, they're worth a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised if the battle over the next few moves is all about who can get the best deal in the center. And I think Magnus is probably thinking about exactly that. He may be thinking, should I continue my development as you suggested, but also maybe bishop to g5, because if I can remove this knight from f6, well, that is the only piece that is currently controlling the outpost. So perhaps this is the big question running through Magnus's mind. And he chooses to castle, going for development.
He chooses to castle, and maybe one of the moves which makes sense here for Hikaru is to put his light squared bishop to e6. Does so just as I mentioned that, just because, as you mentioned, the d5 will be the pivotal square, and Magnus immediately jumps in, a move which is not approved by the computer, and immediately we see the reaction from Hikaru, who looks surprised. A big frown on Magnus's face. Probably not a blunder, but certainly not the best move. And if I look at the computer lines, the computer is saying black can simply take the knight with the bishop, and then after white recaptures with the pawn, ignore the attack on the c6 knight, but react with rook d8, pinning the white queen, and putting a lot of pressure on that central pawn on d5. Hikaru's sensing that something is not quite right, because he must have looked at this position, and I think knight d5 was not one of the moves that he focused on. So he probably knows if this move was not one of the moves that he had looked at, it means there could be something wrong with the move, which there seems to be. It's not like Hikaru gets a huge advantage or anything, but to even just equalize or get a little pull out of the opening with the black pieces is at this level pretty much the most that you can ask for.
Yeah, and to do it with an offbeat opening against the world number one. I mean, it like watching Hikaru play so far in this tournament, the positions he's gotten with offbeat, rare lines, against some of the world's best players, MBL yesterday, and now against Magnus Carlsen, it makes, I don't know about you, Fiona, but it makes me want to throw away my entire classical opening repertoire and just start playing these lines that Hikaru is showing can be played successfully at the highest levels. So
Yeah, I mean,
that's impressive.
the good news for me is that I don't have a classical opening repertoire. I barely have an opening repertoire at all, so I don't need to have any of those concerns. But I am with you. Hikaru has been playing some quite offbeat stuff, and he's been making it work. I really like this. I think he provoked Magnus into playing this move knight d5, and also in a way provoked Magnus to play quite quickly to keep up with his tempo. And do you think Hikaru is going to go for this line of bishop takes and rook d8?
I think so, because what else can you do, right? You cannot just let white get away with this move, so to speak, by moving your queen back somewhere like queen to d8. Maybe then white would just play bishop f3. And then that night, Magnus would have gotten everything that he wanted. I think Hikaru understands that he probably has to capture with the knight, and he's maybe piecing together. Sorry, he has to capture the knight and is piecing together whether it's better to take with his knight or with his bishop.
Absolutely. And a few people in the chat are pointing out that this game is actually on Sese. Sese, I think, generally considered to be the strongest engine around, and that Sese evaluates the position as 0-0. But I think that's also what we were getting at. For Hikaru to get a 0-0 position out of the opening where he played an offbeat line with the black pieces is a success.
Yeah, 100%. And I also feel like this sequence that Hikaru is calculating is, even though the opening is unusual, the ideas that feature in this calculation are not so unusual. So Hikaru is probably feeling pretty confident and working this out, maybe as far as, 5, 6, 7 moves down the line. Something like bishop takes, pawn takes, bring the rook over to d8, bishop to f3 defending. Maybe he's even going as far as something like bishop e7, queen e2, knight d4, some kind of a position like this that he's looking at 5, 6 moves deep. And he may already be getting a sense that is going to take the game to approximate equality. I think he's probably looking already at maybe just finding the safest, most precise path, and just avoiding any kind of silly mistakes, because I'm sure he senses that the opening's gone well for him.
Absolutely. Hikaru deep in the tank here. Magnus is looking very confident, just sort of leaning back, cross-armed. For all of you wondering in the chat, is this the first game? Yes, it is. If you're new to this event, this is a 2-game match. So this is game 1. It just started 10 minutes ago or so. And Hikaru did play an offbeat opening. He's doing well right now, but Magnus's last move, knight d5, which, as you can still see, gets the chess.com question mark. I think question mark is a bit too harsh for the move. Yes, it throws away maybe the opening advantage that White got, but I would say question exclam, dubious move would make more sense. Hikaru, I don't know, how long has he been thinking? Danish Chessboard just pointing out 5 minutes on this move. I feel Hikaru will have to make up his mind soon. We're talking about this being an opening success, etc., etc. But we also don't want to see Hikaru drop too far behind on the clock. So I expect him to make up his mind very soon. He was making a gesture which indicated that he was about to make a move. But what is it going to be? There it is, bishop d5 and rook d1, the sequence we had been talking about, Alex.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that Hikaru probably would have played it quicker if not for the fact that sitting across from him is, the player who has achieved the highest rating in chess of all time, Magnus Carlsen, right? When you have that kind of an opponent in front of you, you really want to emphasize, I'm not overlooking anything, right? I'm being as precise as possible. So I think Hikaru's use of the clock there, indicating he just wants to make sure he hasn't overlooked anything. But now he's gone for it. He's gone for the best line. So Hikaru's still in great shape.
Absolutely. So now that rook d8 has been played, Hikaru is attacking the white pawn in the center on d5. I was just going to say Magnus has a choice of how to defend. Does he want to put the bishop on f3, on c4? He decides to go with f3. There is still no threat to the knight on c6 because of the rook on d8 pinning the pawn on d5. So I wonder, is it time for Hikaru to just develop that dark squared bishop and prepare to get castled? Because we talked about it being an opening success and all that, but the last thing that remains to be done now for Hikaru is to complete his development and get the king out of the center. But Hikaru disagrees with me and takes a much more combative approach. e4, hitting the bishop on f3, but also breaking the connection between the bishop and the pawn on d5. So there's a few things here that white can consider. I think one of the options is to play a move like rook e1 maybe queen e2, just to put a piece on the e file to counterpin the black's e pawn. And finally, Magnus also has the option to take on e4. It looks at first like that is losing a piece, but after the knight recaptures, rook e1, followed either by queen c2 or maybe pawn to f3, is going to regain a piece. So it is now Magnus's turn to go into the tank, as the game has opened up much sooner than I expected.
Yeah, and I think we maybe get an insight into just why Hikaru spent so much time thinking. He may not have been convinced by the quieter move bishop e7 and feels that e4 is the way to equalize the game, or maybe even to push for an advantage. And this is a move that, as you point out, gives Magnus so many options. He can go bishop takes pawn, he can go rook e1. He's just played rook e1. So there's a lot to calculate there. And yeah, and Hikaru must have been spending that time earlier when he went into the tank, looking at all the complications. But yeah, rook e1 from Magnus.
Yeah, rook e1. So Hikaru asked Magnus a question by pushing his pawn to e4, and Magnus with a counter question, pinning the e4 pawn, also attacking it. This game is getting really, really messy because Hikaru says, I'm not going to do anything about my pawn, which is under attack on e4. Instead, I am going to ask you yet another question. Here comes bishop e4, hitting the white rook on e1. And now the question for Magnus, what's he going to do? Is he going to move the rook, maybe push it up one square to e2? Or is he going to block the attack by bringing his bishop out to d2? I don't see too many other choices. I don't think you can drop back the knight, and I don't think that putting the rook to e3 is as good. It just feels less natural because you're blocking in your own bishop on c1. So I think the two main moves Magnus is considering are rook e2 and bishop d2. And Alex, how do you think they weigh up against one another?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I actually think that as crazy and action-packed as the opening has been, I think there's a very high chance that it all kind of disintegrates really quickly, and we actually get a very equal position in 5 or 6 moves from now. And the reason why I think this is that white might try a move like rook e2 or bishop to d2, but against either of these moves, it may be the case that Hikaru castles. Let's say you get a position with bishop d2, castle. Suddenly, white, it's true white can take this knight, but black can take this bishop. Maybe these bishops here will come off the board as well. And so you could get a situation where, in the end, half of the pieces have come off the board. Maybe only the queens and the rooks are left, maybe one pair of knights, something like that. And with equal pawns, you see that if all of these pieces start to come off the board, what might happen is that when all is said and done, both sides have these similar pawns remaining, and the position becomes very equal. But the good news is that from Hikaru's perspective, I think he'll be quite happy with that. A draw with the black pieces against Magnus would set up great chances to win the match in game 2.
Absolutely. And we see bishop d2 being played here, and Hikaru quickly responding with the move that you just mentioned, castling queenside. And I am with you. I also see a potential liquidation on the horizon, on the very near horizon, as there is so much tension right now between the different pieces. And I also think that Sesse's evaluation not really having, moved too much from 0-0 is another indication that this is what is most likely on the cards. Meanwhile, Magnus deciding to capture on b4, Hikaru recapturing, and I think here it comes. We are going to see a bunch of pieces come off. I expect Hikaru to take on e4 before he recaptures on d5, and then we will land in that exact situation you were talking about just a moment ago, with completely equal material. Okay, Hikaru actually takes on d5 first, which surprises me slightly, keeps a bit more life in the position. If Magnus wants, he can now hold on to his bishop. It's a move that surprises me slightly, but doesn't really change the evaluation of the position.
Yeah, yeah, it is a little bit surprising. You have to wonder, is there some hidden idea that Hikaru has spotted, or maybe he just feels he's in no rush to capture the bishop? Because normally we're told that the bishop and the knight tend to be a little bit better than two knights in open boards like this one. But on the other hand, maybe Hikaru feels, my knights are really well centralized. They're really well supported and stable. So I'm happy to keep them on the board. Who knows? He might even be harboring some attacking intentions. Although it would surprise me if Hikaru was anything other than happy with a draw here in game one. Or do you feel you know him better than I do, Fiona? Do you think there's a chance that he might be even thinking about trying to generate some winning chances down the line?
Potentially, it's a really hard question to answer. I mean, I had expected the liquidation, but now we might see it again because knight c3 is a discovery attack on the queen. We see the rook from the 8 being opened up. What does the knight also do? Well, it attacks the queen, but it also attacks the bishop on b1. So Hikaru gets another chance here to take the bishop on b1. I think if he does that, and I mean, I'd be shocked if he did anything else, because if he doesn't take on b1, he would have to drop the knight back again, either back to where it came
Sorry,
from,
sorry,
or
Fiona. I actually have to dash for five
yeah,
seconds. I'll
sure.
explain in one second.
He either has to drop the knight back to d5 where it came from, or to b5, which I can't really see happening. So we see Hikaru take a little bit of time here, but
Yeah.
he does take on b1, and I would be shocked if this game went on too much longer. We see a completely symmetrical pawn structure. Both players have the pair of rooks, one knight, and a queen. I wouldn't be shocked if a draw offer was incoming shortly here.
Yeah, it does look like that. But if anybody, if you would have to take one side over the other, I would take the black pieces, which is a kind of nice psychologically for Hikaru that it's, Magnus is on the slightly worse end of an equal position, because the reason for that is because black's rook is a little bit more active and black's knight here is really stable, whereas white's, as you can see, is more easy to kick around. So if anybody has winning chances, it's Hikaru.
Yeah, and I think that if Hikaru had wanted, he could have made a move and offered a draw. I would be shocked to see Magnus turn down the draw in this position. But instead, we see an ambitious move. A5, you just talked about the knight being kicked, kickable, kick aroundable. And I think the fact that Magnus is offering a queen trade reinforces the point that I just made, that he would be happy to make a draw here. I still think a draw is an overwhelming favorite, but Hikaru is also, I think, doing something which probably every Russian schoolboy and maybe other schoolboys as well, and schoolgirls learned when they started playing chess. He is asserting um, some dominance by, playing on. Maybe the game will still end very soon, but the fact that he is dictating the pace here with the black pieces, this is all good. And I think we can see from the camera that Magnus is not happy. I don't think he's unhappy because he feels under any major pressure, but he's just unhappy that he got absolutely nothing with the white pieces against an opening which is not considered one of Black's top choices.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. I mean, Magnus, we all are familiar with his incredible competitive drive. And we also know that there's a little bit of um, a special kind of rivalry between these two players, right? I recently, in this video where Danny Wrench interviews Magnus and asks Magnus, about Hikaru, and asks different trivia questions on Hikaru. The first thing that Magnus said when he was asked, um, something like, what are the kind of moments that you enjoy with respect to Hikaru? And he said that for him, the most fun thing to watch is when Hikaru is losing and raging, So that's how Magnus opened up the interview, right? So I think they have huge respect for each other, but from a competitive point of view, they're both going for each other's throats a lot of the time. And here, Hikaru has certainly so far come out on top.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, a great rivalry between these two. They have given us so many, um, legendary matches. Even just this year, they fought it out in the final of, I can never remember the names of all the tournaments, but there was the Bullet Chess Championship. Is that what it's called? The Bullet
The speed
something.
chess, was it?
The
Or was
the
it the
Speed
book?
Chess Championship for sure. I think we watched that one together, if I remember correctly, back in September, but also the final. I think Hikaru won the Bullet one, whatever it was called, but then lost the finals. I don't think it's the Bullet Brawl. I think, yeah, maybe the Bullet Chess Championship, which Hikaru won, and then Magnus got his revenge in the Speed Chess Championship. Anyway, I am rambling, but this game is, I think, headed for a draw, as the knights have also come off the board. Magnus is right now attacking the pawn on b5. I think there's a number of things Hikaru can do here. He can just defend the pawn by dropping the rook back to d5, or he can also go active, as you pointed out, by bringing the other rook to d8, threatening a back rank mate. And I think you can tell from the players' body language that they are still at the board, but they also kind of done. Magnus especially looks done. He's just
Yeah,
looking
I
at
mean,
the
I think
board
there's
like,
there's a subtle kind of savoring of the moment here from Hikaru, right? He understands, I drew against you with my eyes closed, as they say, right? And whereas Magnus, yeah, you can see he's much less satisfied, especially because now he's going to have a lot more pressure moving into game two, right? Where um, if if Hikaru manages to win with the white pieces, that will be the match, and there will be no tiebreak.
absolutely. And we see maybe what's going on is that nobody really wants to offer a draw, so are they actually playing this on? No, okay. Let me see what happened. I mean, I took a close look at the camera to see who is gonna offer. I'm not sure if we even saw a real draw offer, or if they kind of just like looked at each other and looked to the side, and eventually there was a handshake. Um, but it looked to me like nobody really wanted to be the one to offer a draw. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. We can show the board. I mean, if you remove the draw result, Alex, we can show you the final position. I'm not sure if we missed some moves in the end. The blunder. Okay, let's go back just a few moves, Alex. There was a blunder for 1 second, but we've seen the board glitch a bit because sometimes there is an error in the transmission. I think in this moment here, before rook takes b5, yeah, in this position here, it showed for 1 second that Magnus had taken the a4 pawn instead of the b4 pawn. But of course, that did not happen because the pawn was defended. So that was just a glitch of the live board. the balance in the game was never disturbed. We didn't miss much. She talks too much, Fion. That's what I'm here to do. I do apologize. If you would prefer to watch the broadcast you in silence, you are very welcome to mute it. And meanwhile, we are going to go to another match. And I'm just going to take a quick look at what's looking exciting. We saw a draw already between MVL and Lazovic. Let's go to Nodirbek against Caruana, where Nodirbek is pressing with the white pieces.
Yeah, so let's try and figure this one out here. It's an endgame. We've got 2 pawns, 3 pawns for Nordibek, only 2 for Fabiano, but 8 seconds for Fabiano. Is this timer correct? So he's I mean, this is hard to imagine that he's going to survive with 7 seconds against 4 minutes and 20. And it looks like Abdusaturov is about to go up another pawn.
Yeah, and maybe we'll have some time to see what happened in that game, but Nordibek, he's been an informed player in this tournament, and it looks like he is going to go up 1-0 in this match, which will put Fabiano in a must-win situation. But we have seen Fabiano come back in a must-win situation yesterday against Alireza. He even did it with the black pieces, so never write off Fabiano. But this one looks like a very impressive display by Nordibek. I think we'll stick around here to see how he is going to convert this one, but with those 2 passed pawns, connected passed pawns on the queen side, I don't think he'll have much trouble doing so. The only thing he maybe needs to watch out for is to not allow rook d2 at some moment. Right now, it's not an option for black. I know it's white to move, but hypothetically speaking, because there would be this problem with a check coming in, followed by a back rank mate. So it's really difficult. On top of being down 2 pawns, it's very difficult to Fabiano for Fabiano to create some counterplay here. If you were white, how would you go on about converting this?
Well, the first thing that would come to mind, I mean, you have a good idea of my playing style, and so I don't like to take so much risk. So there's a part of me that would love to be able to exchange 1 pair of rooks, because if you can get 1 pair of rooks off the board, then there are no checkmates, there are no nasty tricks, anything like that. You just focus on running these pawns up the board. But that's not going to prove so easy here. So Nodirbek is taking a different approach, and it makes a lot of sense what he's doing. I think what he wants to do is bring his king up the board. Although, now that I say this, perhaps he just wants, I was thinking initially, king up, take this pawn, exchange these 2 pawns, and then bring the king over slowly to support these pawns. Sort of hide your king in this, use your pawns. I've forgotten how to speak clearly, but basically what I'm trying to say is use these 2 pawns to both advance and make a queen, but also to shelter your king. I thought maybe that is the plan that Nodirbek would go for, but time will tell. Right now, it seems like he doesn't have a way to hang on to this pawn. So maybe black is just going to force him into that anyway. Sooner or later, he will lose this pawn, and in exchange, he will get the f4 pawn.
I'm surprised that the computer did not. Wow. What was going on there? Did the computer just glitch?
I think the computer, we can go back 1 move here. Yeah, the computer did seem to glitch. But it's a really tight. Oh, now rook e3. The computer really did not like that move and claimed that if black had played rook g to g2, somehow there was a draw there. But Fabiano missed his chance, and he's played rook to c7, a really natural move, looking to play rook c1 check. But now the white king escapes. So it looks like Fabiano had this amazing opportunity to lock the white king onto the last rank, and it might have allowed for a crazy escape, but it seems like that moment is now over.
Yeah, it feels to me like I'm always writing Fabiano off a little too soon. He is so good at finding, some last resources, putting up maximum fight. And I think he will be kicking himself when he sees that missed opportunity with getting the two rooks on the second rank. I think even here, it's not over. Yes, White is winning. I think it helps White massively that he is the one with a minute 20 and Fabi is the one with under 10 seconds. I think if times were reversed, it might be a slightly different battle.
Yeah.
But here, Nodirbek just needs to keep his cool. But Fabiano's rooks are active now. Fabiano hasn't made it easy for Nodirbek to push his pawns.
No,
Um,
for sure. And
mhm.
I'll just say one thing. Nodirbek had this idea before to go rook g2 and then go like this in order to, and now it seems like they're kind of moving towards a repetition, but he had this idea to try and force one pair of rooks off the board. And the way Fabiano has arranged his rooks makes that impossible. And Fabiano just keeps, it's like the moves are pouring in so fast that we're not able to cover all the little tricks. But I can say, like, Fabiano has been setting up all these little kind of tricks to make it as difficult as possible for Nodirbek to make progress. Even here, if you step the rook onto f3, for example, a natural move to defend, Fabiano will play rook a2 check. And if you step up then, rook g1 check, king h3, rook h1 check, and there is a draw by perpetual. So Fabiano keeps finding these really, really annoying moves. And Nodirbek seems to be running up against a kind of a brick wall when it comes to making progress.
Yeah, at this point, nothing would surprise me anymore. It seems like I don't know why King H5 is a mistake. There were only two possible moves, King H5 or King H4. The computer much preferred King H4, but now both players are, around the 10, 20-second mark. So it's going to be very difficult for us to uh, explain or understand and let alone explain the little subtleties of this endgame. Why is this move an inaccuracy? I'm starting to think that Nodirbek is not going to convert this.
No,
Fabi's
which is
just so resourceful.
incredible stuff. If Fabiano manages to hold this, it's incredible, especially with the time differential. I mean, it was 4 minutes against 10 seconds.
Unbelievable. I don't know how he's done it again. And as we can see from the evaluation bar right now, this position, wow, this position I was gonna say is in the balance again, but only with that one move, which was played by Fabi King F4. And he is holding his own right now. And Nordibek has just been unable to make any progress and get the pawns moving. If Fabiano now plays King F4, which he does,
Yeah.
we're back in the same position we saw just a minute ago.
But
And
not only are Fiona, not only are we back, but Fabiano has been playing like he played 5 computer perfect moves there in a row. These end games are incredibly tricky, and he's just been a machine. Like it's been incredible performance here from Fabiano.
And also, Fabiano is suddenly the one who is up on time. I just don't, I think Nordibek, and we see the players on camera, Nordibek must be so frustrated. I was so enthralled by the game. I don't know how long that camera has been up for. I was just so
Yeah,
focused on the board. I think Nordibek, he must be so frustrated right now because the endgame has been winning for him for so long. And it took him a long time to get to this two pawns up position. And now suddenly he's down 2 seconds and he hasn't made progress in, I don't know, how long has it been? 20, probably at least 20 moves. And
I
I
think
mean,
that's
can the
it.
king even escape? No,
I think
that's it.
that's it. He's just going to swap rooks, right? Surely
Huh.
that's he does not swap the rooks. I thought that swapping the rooks and taking the pawn would have been enough, but perhaps that was losing. Um, so king steps to d4. So now the black king has actually gotten closer to the pawns, which makes white's life even harder. I wouldn't be shocked if at this point Nodirbek just takes the draw. I mean, he's seen enough. He's just so horrified by what Fabiano has managed to do in the defense.
I also have to say I'm curious as well how close we are to the 50 move rule. I'm not gonna go there soon. Last time I tried to find the 50 move moment. Maybe one of you lovely chatters can find the last time a pawn was pushed or an exchange was made. But I feel that we're probably not too far off. Maybe another 10, 15, 20
Yeah.
moves. Let us know, chat. Last time I tried to find the move count, the game
But
had ended.
oh,
Oh,
sorry. Yeah. It suddenly has taken a nasty turn. What a cruel, disgusting game we play, right? I mean, this is so brutal.
chess is tough. The problem is the king has to step back now. It can step back to f8 because that allows rook d8 mate, and if it goes to e8, Nodirbek has, I think we can show it. We can see on the screen that the game has ended. Fabi actually resigned. So let's just show why king e8 was losing.
That is nasty. It was really
And
here in this position after.
sorry, Alex, actually, Laws, and thank you, Laws. Great to see you here again. Uh, the last capture had happened on move 49, so he was only 3 moves away from the 50 rule move. I wonder
Oh,
if
wow.
Fabi actually,
But
uh,
wait, this would have been move 97 with king e8. And the reason it loses is because of rook c8 check. And then here, this is on move 98. And you're telling me the last capture was on move 49. So black could play king e7 because if he goes king f7, it's rook d7 is mate on move 99. And if he goes king e7, rook takes g8 on move 99. So you're telling me that it was literally because of
one
one move.
apparently. I
Oh
wonder,
my
I mean,
god.
that's insane. You know what I wonder is I think Fabi just resigned out of disgust. And I think you don't think of those things in the moment, but I think what Fabi should have done is claim a draw before he resigned because he couldn't be sure. I mean, imagine if it was like, I don't think he knew, like, there's no way for him to know, you know? Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I'm surprised that
Yeah.
Fabi didn't try to claim a draw, but I think maybe he was just simply too disgusted in that moment to even think of that lifeline. Anyway, it wouldn't have made a difference because he was 2 moves away from that saving grace. But imagine that. Imagine if the last capture had happened on move 47 and Fabi had actually claimed a draw before resigning. That would have been insane. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
None of this matters. Nordibek won in the end. After a heroic defense for Fabi, from Fabi, he stumbled at the final hurdle. Maybe we'll just show that final moment one last time and take a very quick breather before the game 2 in Hikaru against Magnus.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is crunch time. It is game 2 of the match between Hikaru and Magnus. Hikaru effortlessly made a draw in game 1 with the black pieces. He will be white now. And I'm very curious, Alex, to see which approach is Hikaru going to take. Is he gonna try and push for a win with the white pieces? Or I'm not saying the alternative is not he will play for a draw and he'll just, make a quick draw. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But there is a balance to be struck um, in how much risk are you willing to take? Will you just try and get a small edge and press, press, press? Or will you go more all out? What do you think? Which approach is Hikaru going to go for?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go all out because it is Magnus, and Magnus is so difficult to beat, right? I mean, the guy has played many world championship matches, and uh, you know, in those situations where players prepare for you for 6 months, for a year, sometimes for years, and they can't seem to find any chinks in the armor, right? So I think Hikaru understands that Magnus is going to be ready to meet anything that he might throw at him, and he's not going to want to take too much risk. I also think Hikaru will feel comfortable in the tiebreak against Magnus. I think the last thing Hikaru wants to do is get too ambitious right off the bat, maybe get reckless, and all of a sudden, he even loses with the white pieces. That's really the one thing I think he's going to be watching out for. So I would say not too much risk. Do you feel similarly, Fiona, or
Yeah,
you
I
think he's
think
going to go all
so.
in?
I no, I don't think he's going to go all in. I'm very, very, very curious to see which opening Hikaru is going to play because he's been surprising us in every game, basically. Are we going to see another, Jabava London type game? Is he going to steer away from D4 completely, which would be surprising to me. He has played, unless I'm forgetting, he's played D4, 1D4 in all his games. So unless he had different prep for Magnus, I'm expecting him to stick with that. But at this point, it's hard. It's really hard to know. By the way, I just realized there was one game as we see Hikaru arrive. I never mentioned the result of game one in Wesley against Alireza. That was a draw. So the first game of the matches, Wesley against Alireza was a draw. Magnus against Hikaru was a draw. MVL against Lazovic was a draw. Only Nodirbek won his game. And we see the players there. They are off. And indeed, Hikaru does stick with 1d4 after a strong handshake. I actually missed it, so I hope it really was a strong handshake and I didn't get baited. Alex, we're back in the Trompovsky.
This is really crazy. I mean, Hikaru's taking a super interesting approach. He's playing offbeat openings, which many players do, but the difference is he's actually repeating them. Most of the time when people play the Trompovsky or the opening we saw Hikaru play in his first game against Magnus, they do it just as a once-off. Element of surprise, once that's gone, they don't repeat it, at least for the whole tournament. Hikaru's been taking a different approach, so it'll be interesting to see just how much thought Magnus has given to the Trompovsky, or did Magnus maybe not focus on it? He's enjoying his time in Toronto, and maybe didn't expect that Hikaru would once again go for the Trompovsky.
Yeah, and it's hard to know. I would be shocked if Magnus hadn't at least looked at the Trompovsky. And we see a different kind of the opening has gone a different way than it did yesterday, as Hikaru has already given up his bishop for the knight on f6. So black now has the bishop here, but black also has this slightly damaged pawn structure. How do you feel about this exchange of bishop against knight?
Yeah, so I think it's probably something. I mean, objectively, the position is around equal, but Hikaru is probably happy enough to see this because when Black captures with the e pawn, we saw Wesley saw when he faced the Trompovsky, he captured with the g pawn. And the thing about capturing with the g pawn is that then that would still leave this one here, that would still be there. And if the pawn was still there, it could push up one square and defend the center. So Wesley had a really, really strong center in his game against Hikaru when it went Wesley's way. Here, that's no longer the case. This structure is more dangerous for Black. And so I think Hikaru is probably quite happy from that perspective.
Do you think this means that Magnus is also happy to get a sharper position rather than something more solid?
Yeah, I think that's how I would read the situation. We can't know unless we ask the players. But it feels to me like Magnus is at least wanting to keep the game alive. I think he might want to try and press for a win, even if he has the black pieces, or at least create some chances later on in the middle game. He doesn't seem to want to use the words of some chess players, he doesn't seem to want to kill the game completely, which is when chess players find the most drawish lines. That doesn't seem to be what either Magnus or Hikaru are doing.
Meanwhile, another question I have for you, Alex, is do you feel as triggered by the random strand of hair that Magnus is displaying there as some of our chatters are, or do you not care?
Well, given my own dubious relationship with any kind of grooming of my hair, I'm not triggered. I didn't even notice it, to be honest.
I'm gonna
But
join Team Triggered. I would love to just go there and whip the strand over. Anyway, let's get back. Let's get back to the game.
do you think
Where
Hikaru himself is being triggered by it overall? Like, would you say that he's spending a lot of time sort of focusing on
uh,
this?
I mean, I think Hikaru literally doesn't care actually. Hikaru is too focused. Hikaru hasn't even looked up at Magnus once, so he might not even have noticed. What Hikaru was concerned about was that Magnus with bishop b4 was threatening to maybe take the knight on c3 and damage his pawn structure. So he played queen d2 to keep an eye on the knight. He also played g3, which indicates he wants to fianchetto his bishop to g2 and then probably just get castled kingside.
Yeah. So, and this is sort of what we were speaking about a little bit earlier, which is when black captures this way, this pawn on d5, it's weaker because the pawn can no longer push up to defend it. And so it makes sense from Hikaru's perspective that he is setting up this fianchetto so that he can add pressure to that pawn. On the other hand, black has this semi-open file, meaning white has a pawn on the file, but not black. And that favors the black side. It means the rook has full scope against this knight. And I think that ties in with Magnus's strategy here. First, play the bishop out to b4. Now the rook, perhaps even the queen. And Magnus is hoping that he can generate enough play on the queen side to offset any problems here of this pawn. So the question over the coming moves is, what will turn out to be the bigger factor? Is it Magnus's pressure on the queen side, or is it the long-term weakness of Magnus's central pawn?
Yeah, I feel like this is already possibly a big moment because I wouldn't want to give Magnus too much time here to do what he wants. If the knight from c6 goes away and then black is able to take on c3 in favorable circumstances, that might not be so pleasant. So I'm wondering, can I, for starters, just ask the bishop on b4 a question, play a3, and say, if you want to take on c3 now, be my guest, because I think I can safely recapture with the queen. And if the bishop drops back to a5, which I suspect it would, then I can consider my options. I don't know if b4 is a move that I kind of want to play and I kind of don't want to play because I would like to break this pin and remove the attacker, but I'd also be a little bit wary about the weakening of the c file. So I don't know, Alex, how do you feel about what I just said?
I agree. I mean, I think a3 was an interesting move, but maybe the reason Hikaru didn't go for it immediately was he wasn't convinced in the follow-up b4 for the reasons you outlined, which is, if you do push this pawn, suddenly we've been speaking throughout this show quite a bit about outposts. Suddenly this becomes an outpost for black. It's a square that white can no longer control, right? That's why maybe Hikaru wants to keep his pawn here. So he takes the game in a different direction and he exchanges here on c6. have to say I'm a little bit surprised by that move because it does strengthen Magnus's control in the center. But the idea may have been that by forcing Magnus to recapture with his pawn, suddenly his decision from earlier to put the rook on the c file doesn't look quite as promising, right? Because the rook is now being blocked from the action by its own pawn. So maybe Hikaru was feeling the pressure there on the queen side against his knight, and that's what made him exchange knights.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. And right now, Magnus is thinking a3 did appear on the board a move later than what I was talking about, but it is still asking the bishop on before the same question. Where are you going to go? And I think there's a lot of possible moves here. I mean, a5, c5, d6, e7, all available squares except for bishop f8 seem to be making some sense. Some look a bit more active than others. Intuitively, where would you move the bishop to?
Well, Magnus played it to d6, so my answer is going to be to d6. No, I mean, I really don't know. It's hard to say, right? When I see that he placed it there, and that was actually the top computer move. Um, yeah, but it makes sense, right? The bishop is centralized. There would have been a part of me, if I'm honest, to just wanting to keep that pin. But it also makes sense to just give the bishop um, the maximum coverage of squares that it can get.
Yeah, and now the ball is back in Hikaru's. No, what am I saying? 92 just appeared. So the ball is actually back in Magnus's court. It looks like Hikaru wants to reroute his knight. Do you think the knight wants to go to d4 or f4, or it depends on the circumstances?
Yeah, I think it depends on the circumstances. I think knight f4 is more of the kind of move you might play if you're looking to simplify the position. You invite some captures, things like this. Knight d4 sometimes might be good, but then again, black probably sooner or later wants to push these pawns to grab more of the center, maybe open up the position. So if you put the knight on d4, you could be walking into black's plan. But in any case, right now, the big question for Hikaru is, how are you going to defend this pawn on b2? Because there's some trickery here from Magnus. If you, let's say, played a move like rook b1, figuring I'll defend it this way, maybe you're going to get hit with some tactic like bishop takes a3. And the point is, if you recapture here, suddenly Magnus is ready to play queen takes rook on b1. So a little bit of tricks there. And yeah, a decision for Hikaru. He could play b3, b4, but maybe the most sensible is a move like c3 to keep things relatively safe.
Yeah, I like c3 as well, just keeping everything under control. I have to say the main reason I like c3 is because I'm struggling to see another reasonable move to defend the pawn on b2, which makes me wonder what Hikaru is contemplating here. Actually, b3. Yeah, I don't know why I discarded b3. b3 is another perfectly reasonable move to save the pawn. We see Magnus castling and Hikaru preparing to do the same. I think the bad news is that Magnus will be very happy with this position. Magnus loves the bishop pair. I think, this is a position where he's going to be able to maneuver around for a while. The good news for Hikaru is that he has a very, I think, solid position. And even though the computer thinks black is slightly better, I don't think there's any major danger here.
Yeah, I think that I agree with you. Magnus is going to be very happy. I don't think there's major danger if you're, let's say, playing maybe a slightly longer time control and you have things, you can keep things under control. But I do think that Hikaru has to be a little bit careful here overall, because those bishops are very powerful, especially after making this move b3. Suddenly, the dark squares for Hikaru are a bit weaker. We can see moves like bishop to e5 maybe on the cards either now or soon. So I do think that there is a little bit of practical danger here for Hikaru, that the position could go downhill relatively quickly. But I agree with you that with best play, he should keep things under control.
Yeah, for now, the time situation, players are very evenly matched around the 9-minute mark. It is Magnus to move. The move you mentioned a second ago, bishop e5, could be played right now. I think that's one of the logical moves, just asking the rook in the corner where it's going to go, also centralizing the bishop, kind of opening up the rook from d8 a little bit. Yeah, it's the kind of position I would not have fun playing this as white. I'm trying to understand what Hikaru's plan is going to be, but at the same time I understand it's not so much about having a plan rather than just reacting to what black is going to do. But I'm looking at the knight on e2. Do you think that knight is gonna jump to f4 eventually?
Yeah, I suspect it probably will move to f4, because from Hikaru's perspective, his main target is this pawn on d5. The benefit of attacking this pawn, apart from the fact it's the most central pawn, so it's the most valuable one, the big benefit that attacking it has is of these advanced pawns that black has, only this one is on a light square. And that's important because black is the only one with a dark squared bishop. So you have to be, if you're going to pick your targets, that's probably going to be the one. Now, it's interesting that as I say this, Magnus has turned that pawn from a light square into a dark square, but it has come with a bit of risky play, because that pawn steps into Hikaru's half of the board. And Magnus is basically saying, all right, let's go into that kind of open warfare. And I'm banking on my bishops thriving in that scenario. But yeah, the stakes have just been raised by Magnus. How do you feel about the position now, Fiona?
I feel better because I see the health bar has gone down a bit. Um, but I also feel that Magnus is taking the game to Hikaru, as you said. He has crossed the into Hikaru's half of the board, and I'm curious to see how is Hikaru going to react. Is he going to take the pawn on d4, or is he going to ignore that? Right now, I don't think Magnus has a concrete threat. We don't need to be worried about Magnus capturing on e3. So what I'm wondering is, if Hikaru doesn't take on d4, what is he going to do instead? What are the candidate moves?
Yeah, I mean, maybe if we do have Hikaru might be thinking for a few more seconds. We could pop the analysis board on the board
Sure, we
to
haven't
just
done that
show.
all day. Let's do it.
Let's show just one line, and we can always scrap this in the event that Hikaru makes a move, which I believe he has just made a
Okay,
move. So,
just show, just go back a
okay.
few moves and
I
very
was going to
quickly.
suggest that maybe Hikaru would play this move b4 to somehow try to guide the game into some kind of a position like this, with a simplification, and guide it towards some type of
Mhm.
equality. But the game didn't go in that direction. So let's go ahead and return to analysis of the live position, because Hikaru, rather than playing meeting d4 with b4, he simply exchanged these pawns, and now he's made a big decision here and gone ahead and captured the pawn. So for now, Hikaru up a pawn, but it's Magnus's move, and there is this pawn on a3 hanging, but Magnus still hasn't captured it. What do you think might be going on in his mind?
Great question. Um, Yeah, bishop takes a3 looks very natural to me because not only am I regaining my material, but I'm also opening up my rook from d8 that is looking down towards the white queen. So I'm curious, if not take the pawn. Okay, I see the computer is actually suggesting a nifty move in bishop g4 here for black, attacking the white rook on d1, trying to dislodge that and saying, well, you can't really play f3 to block me. I think then the queen from b6 suddenly becomes too powerful because that is looking down at the white king. The white king right now doesn't need to be worried with the pawn on f2, but if we play f3, I think there's just going to be too much pressure on the knight on d4 in the future, which means that probably bishop g4 needs to be met by bishop f3, but that needs some calculation, right? I say it because I see the computer says it's fine, but if this was my game, I'd be very, very far from feeling with certainty that this is fine.
Yeah, for sure. Because after, okay, and we see that a move has just arrived on the board. So Magnus was probably looking at all these possibilities, decides, you know what? None of them convince me. I'm just going to make sure that I get my pawn back straight away. And he captures on a3. I think overall, though, the trend you were saying, I think it was in yesterday's broadcast, but you were speaking about how the trend can many times not be your enemy, but sometimes the trend is your friend, right? And in this case, I think Hikaru, the trend is good here over these last few moves. He seems to um it feels to me like he's a little bit more, his position is a bit less risky. He still has his strong central knight. He now has two pawns versus one on the queen side. You never know if in the future this pawn, it's a passed pawn. It could cause problems for black. It could also lead to white gaining better control of the center. So it feels like Hikaru is a bit more comfortable right now than he was a few moves ago.
I am with you, and on top of everything you mentioned, Hikaru is also the one with a slight edge on the clock. It's not much, but a minute will take it, with somehow this game has been really, really interesting, I think, from a strategic point of view. But never mind what I was gonna say, because I think this capture on e6 is a big development in this game because suddenly Magnus's bishop pair is gone. We are left with only one bishop each. And what is what's the word I'm looking for? What I was trying to say in a clever way, and I didn't find the word, but bishops are of opposite color, which makes a draw incredibly likely here. Um, I don't think we're gonna see too much more action in this game. I think this will end peacefully fairly soon, and we are gonna be headed, in my opinion, to Armageddon.
Yeah, I think that the odds are that your prediction will come true. I mean, these are two of the world's best players in an equal position. And as you say, these opposite color bishops, they have a tendency, but there is one kind of one spanner spanner in the works here, and that is the fact that the queens are on the board. And when the queens are on the board, opposite colored bishops positions have a little bit more life in them than you would otherwise get. So it might become a case over the coming moves that both players sort of poke and prod at the other's position to see if they can get at the other player's king. Now, if neither of them manage to do that, to trick the opponent, then I think we will see a draw and we will see that tiebreak.
Yeah, and speaking of the other's king, Freeze in the chat was just asking if somebody can explain Hikaru's last move, bishop f1. I think it is to do with the enemy king. I think the bishop on g2, even though it was placed on a beautiful open long diagonal, it wasn't really doing anything. There were no targets, nothing to attack on that diagonal. So I think Hikaru is looking to reroute the bishop to c4. right now Magnus just moved his king up from g8 to g7, but on c4, the bishop will have more of a job than it had on g2. It will target the pawn on e6, and if that pawn advances, still, I think you can see that the bishop will be more useful on a diagonal where it's at least looking in the direction of the enemy king rather than on a direction and then on a square on g2 where it was looking into the abyss, down a beautiful empty diagonal.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's what's going on. I would say there's another subtle point as to why he slotted the bishop to f1, and that's actually to make space for the king. And you see that both players do exactly this, and they're very, very familiar with the typical strategy. If your opponent, Magnus says, "Oh, my opponent, Hikaru, has the light squared bishop. Where am I going to put my king? On the dark squares?" And what does Hikaru do? He asks where, well, they're not literally asking themselves these questions, but he registers that black has the dark squared bishop, so he puts the king on the light square. So very instructive, and the prophecy, Fiona, is about to come true, I think, which is what you said a few moves ago, that this game is going to quickly
You know what I
wind up
think?
on a draw.
Sorry, Alex, to cut across, but I think the players were distracted by something, and Hikaru had actually offered a draw, but I think Magnus just missed it. Like, I think he would have taken the draw, but they were distracted by something. So Magnus just literally missed the draw offer, but then the draw was the offer. I wonder if the chat saw what I saw, but I'm fairly confident in that happened. Um, they were confirming it was move third. I didn't even realize. Oh, thank you, Rogue Hit. I never realized there was a 30 move draw rule. That's why they played a few more moves. And the draw for wasn't missed. They were just told they weren't at
Mm.
move 30 yet. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for enlightening me. I've read the regulations for this event a fair few times, but it completely escaped my attention that they had a no draw before move 30 rule. We see the bids were made there. I think the players only find out a bit later about who won the bid. Meanwhile, Alex, we see that there is still a game going on there. So let's go over.
Abdusaturov against Caruana.
I actually think no. I think let's go to Alireza against Wesley because Nodirbek won game one and he's better in game two. So I think Alireza against Wesley is more exciting, where the first game ended in a draw, and the second game is looking very tense.
Yeah, yeah. It's really just trying to kind of familiarize myself here with this position. We've got 6 pawns for white and seven for black. So Wesley, he is up a pawn, but on the other hand, these pawns are not so strong. So maybe the position is closer to equality because when you have these doubled and isolated pawns, it's hard to really claim that that's giving you a big edge. And bishop to e2, signaling it seems like maybe some more trades are going to come on the board. Although after rook e1, yeah, because bishop takes f3 is not possible. You would take the queen, I take your queen, but then in the end, white would take this rook. So now it's an interesting choice for Wesley. It's a kind of a strange move, right? To play bishop e2
Yeah.
and then allow yourself to get pinned. So let's see what Wesley might have in mind.
Luckily for Wesley, he is the player with the edge on the clock. Um, he moves the queen out of the pin, but I'm surprised that he went backwards rather than forwards. But maybe it's just trying to keep things safer by keeping an eye on the rook on e8.
Yeah, I
And
think that's exactly it, right? He wanted to keep this rook defended so he can maybe play bishop takes knight or something like this.
absolutely. And Alireza, one thing I'm wondering, we have seen him in this tournament very vulnerable when he was under time pressure. He's down to 50 seconds. This position, it's easy for the evaluation bar to say, 0-0. But the position is still quite messy. He decides to play Queen F5, and I think he will be happy to see some trades here. Do you think Wesley can do anything with the extra pawn or not? Or is
I
the pawn
mean,
just going to
I think there
disappear,
is
right?
there is still some life in this game, but I think it's for now not just the extra pawn, but the fact that this knight is out of the game. So I think for Wesley to give himself a chance to put the squeeze on white, he needs to bring this piece back into the game. Until that happens, I think Alireza is safe. But long term, for now, this bishop seems like a really nice piece. It's controlling some of the jumps of the knight. It can support the pawn. It can target this pawn. Lots of good things. But in the long run, if this knight were to land, let's say somewhere like on d5, it might actually become the better minor piece. So I think that's what Wesley needs to try to do. Hang on to his pawn and bring this knight into the game.
Yeah, we're going to see how he tries to do that. Wesley right now taking his sweet time. I feel the next move is quite important to for Wesley to keep the game alive. Wesley also knows that he still has that time edge. He plays a5 to defend the pawn, but a very quick and apparently very strong move by Alireza. H4, he is looking to dislodge the knight, but he is also, I think, more importantly, creating an escape square for his king. Right now, there was no back rank made because the bishop on d2 covers e1, but after h4, the bishop is now free to move without Alireza having to worry about getting mated. If you now wonder, but the pawn on h4 is simply hanging, that is true, but I don't think well, I say that's not a pawn you want to take. On the other hand, you also don't want to let the pawn run up to h5. I don't think I think there's even chances for Alireza to win this game still. What happens if black takes on h4 is white will take on f6, and suddenly the king on g8 is not looking too happy. How do you feel about this, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, I echo your sentiment, which is that it's a position where both sides have their chances. I think what Alireza is trying to do is avoid getting checkmated on the back rank, strip away all of those tactical possibilities, but then also, as you mentioned, invite that knight to the h4 square. I give you this pawn, and that's what we're about to see. But when I take my pawn back on f6, I'm taking it with a gain of time. I hit that knight, and already you reduce black. Wesley has to find one move and one move only, and it's the one he's just played, queen e4. Because if he had gone back with the knight, white actually would have played bishop h6, and it's what you were saying that both kings are running risk here. In the case of white, it's the g2 square, where the queen and the knight are trying to combine. But in the case of black, it's the g7 square. So they're both hunting each other. And now, actually, the game has taken a big change in the character, because now the bishops and the knights have been traded off, and in the chaos, Alireza has actually grabbed another pawn, and so it's now an equal queen and pawn endgame.
Yeah, I wonder, can Wesley force the draw here if he wants one with uh, Queen C1 check? But anyway, he decided to keep the game going a bit longer by taking on B2. But I think the Black King is just too out in the open. I think we are going to see a perpetual here in a second. I don't think there's any way the Black King
Yeah,
can escape the checks. So this one very likely to end peacefully and also head to Armageddon. Today has been such a tremendous day of action. Here comes the repetition and the
yeah.
handshake. And let me see, did the other game end? No, they are still going. Let's go to Fabi against Nodirbek. Remember, Fabi, we saw the tragic way in which he lost game one. So he is in a must-win situation with the white pieces, but he is down an exchange. The comeback is not gonna happen here unless Nordibek loses on time, but he is also the player who's up 3 minutes on the clock. So Nordibek is going to win another match. He is not on the
Yeah.
perfect score. He lost to Magnus yesterday, unless I'm misremembering, but very impressive to take down Fabi in the fashion in which he did.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised that the game is still going. Of course, there's no reason not to play on, but the reason I say this is that this position it's so hard to generate any kind of winning chances. It's not about just being down in exchange, but it's about how do you trick your opponent. I think here Nordierbeck has like a wall along these light squares, and there's no way for the white king to break through. And if the white king can't break through, cannot get at the the base of the pawn chain, then nothing is going to change. If you don't change anything, worst comes to worst, black is just gonna um, you know, you're just gonna reach the 50 move rule with a draw.
And I see that Vino Veritas is saying, damn, Nordibek crushing on Rapid. Let's not forget that Nordibek is actually, I never remember if it's a former or the reigning Rapid world champion. It was either in 2022 or 21. But
I
yeah,
feel like it
he's
was
uh-huh.
I feel like the last year was it not? Did Magnus not win last year? I think he won the not the last
Yeah,
edition, but the previous one.
yeah, I think you're right. Link is also saying former Rapid world champion. He's flexing those rapid muscles, and it is paying off because suddenly his king has found his way into the white position. I think he's gonna swing the rook around now, probably to come in from where actually? I thought from behind from f1, but is
Maybe
he?
he'll put the rook on f3, and after bishop b6, he'll play f4,
Yeah,
and we
that
see
is it.
that. Yeah,
Very impressive. And now Nordibek has succeeded not in winning a pawn, but in dislodging this formation that Fabi had going. His king is going to come in now, and we will see. Can he take on f2?
yes,
Yeah. And I think that is going to lead to a resignation.
resignation.
Here we go. The match is over. Nordibek beating Fabi 2-0. And all other matches, MVL against Lazovic, Wesley against Alireza, but of course the one we are focusing on, Hikaru against Magnus, all of them saw 2 draws, which means we're going to get 3 Armageddon games. Of course, we will be following Hikaru against Magnus. We are yet to find out the bidding times. We are going to go to a very short break now to save energy for the final moment of tonight. This is going to be welcome back, and this is it, the moment we were all waiting for. The Armageddon between Hikaru and Magnus is about to start. The first 2 games ended in draws. The first one, Hikaru, I think, made a draw very easily with the black pieces. The second game, he was under some very slight pressure, maybe, but he handled that really well. So here we are. Hikaru bid 9 minutes and 40 seconds. I actually don't know how much did Magnus. I just realized. I don't know what Magnus's bid was. Did Magnus actually bid 15? Is that true? He bid 15. Wow. So Magnus certainly did want those white pieces. Imagine if Hikaru had read him. and bid like 14.59. But no, Hikaru will be playing with 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. There are two other Armageddon games going on, but of course, full focus on this one. It's the clash I think not only we on this channel want to see, but the one that everyone will be focusing on. Magnus against Hikaru has become such a classic over the years. Alex, how do you feel about Hikaru's bid of 940?
Um, yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, Magnus basically saying, "Look, I just want the white pieces. I'm happy to take this." And so Hikaru would really have been kicking himself if he had bid especially low. But when you compare it with other bids that we've seen, it's kind of on the higher side of things. Hikaru has almost 10 minutes to basically either win or hold a draw against Magnus. And if he does that, he will have completed a perfect day, right? I mean, he lost both matches in day one. So if he can, the pressure is on and the stakes are as high as they've been in the event so far. If he's able to, do the business here against Magnus in this final game, uh, well, he's in great shape going into day three.
Absolutely. I'm very curious. Are we going to see a repeat of their game one where Magnus played the Queen's Gambit, which was met by 2c5 by Hikaru? We see Hikaru there first at the board. Chat, we're going to need all the energy here. As Alex said, I think winning the two matches today would not only be huge, but taking down Magnus. I mean, Magnus loses so rarely. This time we don't even need to beat him. We just need to make a draw. Fun fact, Alex is older than Fiona. What's fun about that? Does it not look that way? Can you not see this man is older than I am? There's
I'm
nothing fun about that. It's just, you know, an an obvious, what do you call that? An an evidence. Anyway, I digress. Magnus has arrived at the board. This is it for all the marbles. We see both players really focused.
Yeah, so
And
both players
yeah,
have arrived on the board. And the point you made is a really good one, right? Like what exactly is Magnus going to do here, right? Hikaru seems to be kind of almost trolling the entire field so far in terms of, choosing openings that the chess books on the shelves, they're all saying, all these books say, don't play this opening, don't play that opening. Hikaru's doing them, going for those lines, going for those openings against the world's best players and getting, worst that he's ever gotten seems to have been a slight disadvantage. And most of the time he's either equalized or even come out ahead out of the opening. So Magnus might be thinking, what can I do to not be surprised in a way, not be surprised by Hikaru and to sort of fall into Hikaru's game plan like he did in game one.
yeah, for sure. And I see the viewers are noting that there's very little eye contact going on. I think that's normal before games. I think staring into each other's eyes would just be. It might look awkward that they are avoiding eye contact, but I think if they were making eye contact, anyway, we have started. If they were making eye contact, that would be even weirder. And we see another Petrov, and wow, Alex, I'm in shock. This is an opening that Hikaru played twice against MVL yesterday. It has a dubious reputation, and Hikaru is not afraid to repeat it against Magnus, but Magnus is not interested. Are we not back in the kind of main lines now?
Yes, we've transposed into the main line. So interesting approach from Magnus. He says, play your Petrov, play your funky variation. But I'm gonna accept the Petrov, but I'm gonna take you back into the territory that I want, which is the main lines. So Interesting to see how things play out. That is not, by the way, in theory, a bad thing for Hikaru. Even if they're back into some mainline Petrov, who cares? The Petrov is one of considered maybe the best opening choice if you want a draw. Like that is, you can't get better than the Petrov for its solidity. And Hikaru is in a spot where a draw is good enough. So I think Hikaru should be happy.
Absolutely, Alex. I know that you have played the Petrov on a couple of occasions. How familiar are you with these lines where White has established a knight um, on e5, but pawn structure is completely symmetrical. Development is kind of similar. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, I've played this exact position in tournaments before. Uh, Unfortunately, I do have the memory of a fish, Fiona, which which you're aware of, right? So, um, certainly, I don't have the deep knowledge that these players will have of the subtleties of these different positions. But in general, what Black will often try to do is to play c5, target this center and then also play knight to c6, sometimes without c5, just to accelerate and try to challenge this knight. White, for their part, this is their golden piece, right? And we see that. So we see White is basically saying, look, I have a knight on your half of the board. You don't have any pieces on mine. So I've sort of made the first jump into enemy territory. And now I'm just going to try and hang on to that and see what can Hikaru do to kick it away, to dislodge it. And so that is the overall strategy as it's shaping up from the opening. We see c5 targeting the pawn, and likely we will see knight to c6 in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that Magnus has started thinking here. Surely this is a position he has seen many, many times before. So I imagine he's just deciding between lines. What are some of the candidate moves here for White?
Yeah, so Magnus, I mean, could consider to actually capture this pawn, and that would take the game into a position where Black's pawn here on d5 is rather weak. We call that an isolated pawn, and because it sits in front of the queen, we call it an isolated queen's pawn. If you've ever heard IQP for short, that's what's going on there. So maybe Magnus thinking, will I take a strategic decision? I get these two pawns off the board, and I try and play against the weakness in the long run. That would be a quieter approach. On the other hand, if Magnus wants full stability for his knight, he may choose to just play a move like pawn to c3 in order to keep the pawn defended. And finally, you could maybe even, I don't think it works here, but maybe even consider some wilder c4 moves to just try to blast everything open. I don't see that happening right here, but Magnus with a pretty wide choice of moves. And I think that's why he is going into the tank.
Yeah, I was just gonna say a pretty wide choice of moves, but also a pretty big time usage here, down to 11 minutes. So only 2 minutes already between the players. They started over 5 minutes apart. I see this as a big win for Hikaru. Um, who clearly, I think, again, is the winner of the opening battle. I think it could well be that Magnus did not expect Hikaru to repeat the Petrov and didn't pay as much attention to that opening in his preparation. Still, I am surprised to see him take so much time here to decide how to react to c5. I mean, we're only on move what? What move is this?
Move 10, yeah.
Yeah, so only
Or
on move 9 even. Well, Magnus' next move will be move 10. Does the time Magnus is spending indicate that he's thinking about which direction to take this game in?
yeah, absolutely. And we see here knight to c3 on the board. Um, to echo your sentiments, Fiona, I mean, 100%. This is an opening, another victory in terms of just purely the opening battle. Um, it's a victory both on the board in the sense that Black's position is completely equal, but it's also a psychological victory because Hikaru is saying, I will play the same openings that aren't necessarily considered so fantastic. I will keep on doing this against even you, Magnus, right? I'm not going to change your
Mm.
strategy just because you're the number one ranked player in the world. I'm going to do the same thing. And Magnus, I think no matter what happens, he's going to be leaving the hall today a little bit flustered because he was unable to put any opening pressure against Hikaru in both of his white games.
Yeah, I agreed with that. I think though that if he wins this game, he won't care too much. But right now he's very far removed from winning this game, as we can see from the health bar at the top. It is not stuck, it is not broken. No, it's just that the computer evaluates this position as all zeros. And Hikaru is thinking, let's talk about the pawn tension in the center. If you're Hikaru, do you just keep things as they are right now? Are you tempted to take on d4? Are you tempted to maybe play c4, move past the d pawn and attack the bishop on d3? How do you feel about those choices?
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on how ambitious Hikaru is feeling about this position. C4 is, to my eyes, the most ambitious approach because you grab space on the queen side, you push the bishop away from this diagonal that it's really happy to be sitting there for now. So you push it away, maybe drive it back to sit next to the king with bishop f1. And maybe in the long run, you can even steamroll Black on the queen side. But the drawback to this approach, and we see actually Hikaru has gone for it, so I think it's very ambitious. What I was going to say is the drawback to that approach is that by pushing this pawn, you are no longer able to capture this pawn. And that means that White's best piece, the knight on e5, is there for good. So a fighting decision from Hikaru on the last move.
Yeah, very interesting choice. The one thing I think that is that Hikaru he did spend quite a bit of time on the last couple of decisions, so he is speeding up again now. We don't want to trail too much on time. Remember, there is no increment in the Armageddon game up until move 61. So we see Hikaru just developing his last pieces there. The knight is coming out to c6, the bishop's coming out to e6. And well, both sides have more or less completed their development. Magnus getting out his queen as well. Do you think Hikaru will do the same? Where could the queen go?
Yeah, I think that Hikaru can definitely think about bringing the queen to b6 straight away, putting pressure on b2 and d4. He might do just that. The one thing that might be concerning Hikaru is if I start moving my queen away, then what's going to happen if White starts pressing on the king side, with a move like bishop to g5, hounding my knight. And maybe that is why Hikaru plays a more passive looking move, bishop e7, says, let me keep the queen here. It's a bit closer to the action in case
Mhm.
Magnus tries to attack me. And there's a second benefit to keeping the queen on d8, and that is that from there, it defends the pawn, the d5 pawn, because we see Magnus's previous maneuver is designed to put that pawn under pressure.
And we see that the computer does not really like Magnus's last move, b3, that much. Hikaru decides to capture. Now a big question for Magnus. I thought that a takes was gonna be automatic. We always learn that in general we want to recapture towards the center. Here we're not only recapturing towards the center, but also ensuring we are not left with an isolated pawn on d4. Okay, Magnus took a little bit of time, but he does go for the most obvious move. But now Hikaru creates a pin of his own, putting some pressure on that knight on c3, especially with the rook probably coming to c8 on the next move.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the second that this bishop lands on b4, Magnus immediately has to be alert because, as you just said, if it was Hikaru's move now, he would probably play rook to c8, and suddenly this pin becomes extremely dangerous. Maybe this is actually why Magnus was hesitating earlier as to whether to go for this. He was maybe just really a little bit concerned about this possibility. But it looks as though Magnus's last move is an excellent response against Hikaru's threats on the c file.
Yeah, just saying, I don't want to tolerate your bishop and the pin that it creates. So knight d3, although it's a backward move, it does attack the bishop on b4. The bishop can maintain the pin a bit longer by dropping back to a5. That's certainly one of the moves that Hikaru is considering. What else makes sense to you? Which other squares? I mean, I think I would go to a5 myself just to keep the pin alive, but Hikaru decides to actually go for the trade on c3.
Yeah, he goes for the trade, and I think that has mainly to do. I think your move bishop a5 was a great choice as well. I think the main motivator for his decision is he's found a way that he can swap off one set of minor pieces, one pair of rooks, and one pair of bishops. And if you're Hikaru, trades are good because as long as they're fair trades, they're getting you a lot. They're getting you, with each trade, you're getting closer and closer to the goal, which is not to win necessarily, but just to not lose. All a draw is as good of a result for Hikaru as a win.
Yes, and we see that the health bar at the top of your screens, it agrees. I mean, Magnus has the tiniest of advantages, and maybe because partly Hikaru has an isolated pawn on d5, but he is so active. His position is completely solid, completely sound, and a bunch of pieces have been traded off. I love Hikaru's chances in this game. And I think if Magnus wants to make something happen, he will need to take a little bit of risk soon and try to find a way to unbalance the position while he still has a time edge. But even on the clock, I mean, remember Hikaru started down 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Right now, there's only 2 minutes between the players. So Hikaru, I'm not surprised looking at the camera that he is looking fairly confident right now and very focused.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Hikaru is in a really great position in the sense that he knows for a fact that with best play, the position is equal. So he's just super focused. He's reached move 21 with the black pieces, simplified the position. It's completely equal with best play. And it's all about just avoiding any big mistakes and guiding the game to a draw and securing his second match victory of the day, which would be an incredible, not just an incredible day, but an especially incredible result given the fact that sitting across from him is Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. And Magnus Carlsen, he's really gone into the tank right now because just a minute ago I was saying only 2 minutes between the players. Nothing has happened, and suddenly there's less than a minute between the players. I think Magnus can't be happy with what he's gotten here because not only is he not really better, but he's also really struggling to find a way to create some problems for Hikaru. If we look at the body language, Hikaru is a little bit out of screen right now, but the fact that he's sitting back indicates that he is feeling confident. Meanwhile, Magnus looking a tiny bit flustered. This is not to say that this game is over yet or hopeless for Magnus. Of course, Hikaru, he is back to full focus. Against Magnus, the game is never in the bag. I think we know that. Hikaru knows that. Everyone knows that, basically. So we get a few moves now. Magnus starts with h3, hitting the knight, which goes back to f6. And now offering a trade of knights. Knight b4. And Alex, I'm curious. Do you think Hikaru is going to take the knight?
Yeah, I mean, it's the move strikes me as a bit surprising, right, from Magnus, because he goes into this long think and now offers even more piece exchanges. At first sight, it would feel like, yeah, absolutely, snap off this knight. And maybe after this, you can consider capturing the pawn, but let's just get rid of one pair of knights. And if I don't want to grab the pawn, maybe I can just play a move like h6 and keep things safe. But at the same time, Magnus kind of makes it difficult for Hikaru because it seems so obvious to just take this knight. But suddenly you realize there's a couple of other interesting options. One of them that Hikaru is probably thinking about is knight e4. And I think he does go for this move, knight e4, targeting the queen. And Magnus plays an in-between move, knight takes c6. And something interesting has happened here, which is the engines do not like Hikaru's last decision, which is b takes c6, pawn takes pawn. The computer, I think, felt that if Hikaru had simply captured with the queen, then he was doing well. But here, maybe somehow Magnus has managed to find a way to not trick Hikaru, but to at least keep some chances alive.
Yeah, some small chances for Magnus still, as I just mentioned, Magnus somehow always keeps some chances alive, but the game's still very much in the balance. Maybe Magnus's queen just a tiny bit more active right now. The computer does not like this last move, h5. And I think it is for this reason Magnus responding with the best move, f3. And do you think the problem is that the pawn on h5 could become a weakness?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I'm a little bit surprised Hikaru didn't go for h6 just to keep things a bit more stable, also avoiding some possibilities of bishop g5 because you don't really want your pawns to be shattered or to be fractured. So definitely Hikaru's last couple of moves have given Magnus some renewed optimism here. And we'll see. But the thing about these positions is it's only one inaccuracy from Magnus, and he'll throw away the full advantage. So, I think the next 4 or 5 moves are absolutely crucial. And I think you can even see that in the body language of both players. They've tensed up, and they're as focused as we've seen them so far in their match.
Yeah, and I think, okay, the bad news is that Magnus suddenly has a little bit of pressure. The good news is that we are suddenly up on the clock. So that is not a concern any longer. Magnus does indeed play rook e5, immediately bringing the rook to the 5th rank from where it is exerting pressure on the pawn on h5, and Hikaru lifting his queen off the back rank, looking to activate his rook from a8 on d7. Of course, the black queen is also keeping an eye on the pawn on a7. I think time is going to be a huge factor in this game because remember, increment only kicks in on move 61. We're only on move 27. So 34 moves to go until increment kicks in. And even when it does, they'll only get a 1-second increment. So this one, it's gonna go down to the wire. And Alex, Hikaru here offering a big trade.
Yeah, I don't think he's so much offering as he's forcing it, in the sense that Magnus can't really run with his rook. But here is that problem. Magnus found a very interesting maneuver of the queen where suddenly she was over on the queen side for so long, and suddenly in only a couple of moves, she's there in the heart of the black king side. And you have to be wondering, is Hikaru regretting his decision to play h5 because maybe h6 had other problems, but if the pawn right now if it was on h6 right now, of course, the queen would be lost, but
Oof.
Magnus's last move would not have been possible. So those dark squares, and we do
But
see some problems here showing up.
G6, I think, was just a big mistake. Could it be that Hikaru missed rook takes e6?
I think what he missed is that after bishop e5, if you go knight e8, queen h6 is threatening mate. And if you go f6, he may have missed that this pawn on g6 would fall. So this is a problem because Hikaru is now going into the tank. He has to take the rook. There is no other move. If you take here, you're losing this knight. Maybe he's thinking knight h7, but then white would gobble up 2 pawns, and you can see it on his body language. Both players understand. And the problem is, if you go queen takes, bishop e5, you can save everything by going king g7 for now, but you walk into this horrific permanent pin. And Magnus is going for this. And unfortunately for Hikaru, I think that he's in a lot of trouble. The other thing to say is knight d7 targets the bishop, but then there's queen d8 check. And if you block with the knight, there's bishop d6, and suddenly your knight on f8 is lost. So he's going for knight e8, but there we see Magnus just snapping off queen h6. And now, unfortunately, this entire situation has happened. And the end result for now is that Magnus has picked up this pawn on a7. Magnus is now up a pawn, but it's unfortunately more than just one pawn, because white's bishop is a stronger piece and white's king overall is also safer. So Hikaru is going to need a mistake from Magnus here to get back into the game.
Yeah, this is really heartbreaking to watch because I feel such a deja vu compared to yesterday's last Armageddon game where Hikaru was also in control against MVL. He had done the hardest part. Yeah, we need some positive energy. I know, chat. It's just difficult when we see the evaluation bar is so far up, and also just looking at the body language of Hikaru. I think it's difficult to remain positive when we see on Hikaru's face how disgusted he is with his position. Time is also ticking down now. I mean, Hikaru is really gonna struggle to even make move 61. He only has 15 seconds for the next 20, 24 moves. Unfortunately, yeah, I think we see it there on Hikaru's face. He played such a great, I mean, the opening was such a success again. He was very close. I think he will be kicking himself that he captured on c6 with the pawn so quickly. I think offering a trade of queens there would have brought him so close to the desired result. The game is still going, but we see Hikaru down to only 10 seconds with still 20 moves to make. He is only down a pawn, but the problem is that this endgame and f4 is such a nice move by Magnus, who now has an outside passed pawn. This has been really tough to watch. I feel, considering how this match went, Hikaru really deserved, you know, to get the match win here. He had such a brilliant day, but the problem is, against Magnus, you can never let your guard down, and unfortunately that g6 move and there we see I don't know if it was a resignation or if it was a loss on time, but Hikaru gave Magnus one chance with this g6 move, and unfortunately that was all that was needed. I'm just checking elsewhere, everything is over. Wesley so won with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. So I think Wesley is on 4 out of 4 on a perfect score. And Denis Lasovic actually takes down MVL with the white pieces. So that, I think, is the first match win for the young Belarus player. For Hikaru now, I think he's going to have to get over the disappointment of having come so close in this match against Magnus. He played so well the first two games and a vast majority of game 3, but unfortunately, in the end, it wasn't to be. Let's not forget, Hikaru won the first match, though. Do we will have an interview? We don't know yet. We will let you guys know as soon as we find out. I think tomorrow, Alex, is going to be a huge day. Hikaru plays Abdu Sattarov and Fabiano. I think overall Hikaru can take, I think hopefully once he gets over the disappointment, he will look back at today and and realized he played tremendously well throughout the game. And it is really brutal how one mistake in an Armageddon game can decide, your day could have been a perfect one, and now it ends up leaving a bittersweet taste. Anyway, I'm rambling a lot to say that Hikaru is still absolutely in the race. He did beat Alireza 2-0 this last game, of course, was a heartbreaker, but he's absolutely still in it. Tomorrow we need a big day against Nodirbek and Fabiano, and then the final match of the round robin will be on Tuesday against Lazavic. I don't know if we should take a look at some of the other games. Actually, we will have Hikaru, so do not go anywhere. We are going to hear from Hikaru himself about how he reflects on today's action. So do not go anywhere. We really appreciate Hikaru coming on to share his thoughts with us. And yeah, he will be here very, very soon. If there's any questions you guys have for Hikaru, you can pop them in the chat. I'm not promising I'll ask them all, but I'll keep an eye on the chat for inspiration. And yeah, remember to stick around and especially come here tomorrow where we will need all your energy. Once again, is he joining now? Fade less. He is joining very, very soon. We should ask them why they were laughing in the beginning. That's a good one. Shay, for sure. What else? It is a very tough event. I mean, there are literally no easy matches in this tournament. All players are just monsters. Ask him what he'll have for dinner. Yeah, maybe I'll skip that one. What did he think of the biz? I think it's another great question. Alex, are you already thinking up some great questions? I haven't let you speak in about 3 minutes. So do you have any thoughts?
Well, I mean, maybe we should ask him what he thought of Alireza's shirt and whether his shirt actually motivated him to sort of go, be particularly destructive in his match against him. So um, that's one question. But I don't think I'm brave enough to ask him that question myself. So I give it to you, Fiona.
Okay.
In
Let's
terms of
maybe
serious question, yeah.
already just pop up the moves tab in case. I guess we will go over some of the critical moments of today's games, seeing which ones Hikaru wants to talk about. Hikaru will be here in just a few very, very short moments, so don't go anywhere. And yeah, once again, I just well, he is here, so I can stop rambling and we'll have him in just a second.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hikaru, hey.
Hey.
Tough last game, but I think overall great play. Maybe first tell us how do you feel at the end of the second day?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty unhappy, obviously, because I mean, really, when I look at the games, I thought this was one of the better games that I played overall in this entire event so far. This final Armageddon game, so I'm pretty unhappy, obviously, with this last game because I mean, the way I played it was so bad towards the end. I mean, there were a couple things I spent all this time looking at this end game with 94, 96, and I didn't play it over the board. This was the first thing. I mean, a lot of decisions I made were, and then I played G. Like, basically, there were two things. First of all, here I knight takes c3, and it's an easy draw, I think. I basically I spent all this time looking at it, and then for some reason I just believed Magnus that there was some kind of trick in this end game. But I think after takes, like bishop d6, king g8, yeah, and this is just completely fine. I assume there was some trick here, or some like bishop b4, or some like rook e5 or rook e7 or something, but there's just nothing here. I mean, and if I do this, I would have drawn the game. I mean, no doubt, because the time was I was only down a minute at this point. But once I missed this, I think it was tricky. I mean, I basically blunder with h5 if we go back. Yeah, like keep going. Yeah, I mean, that was the chance. Once like I played h5, which was a huge mistake. I mean, I the reason I played h5 instead of h6 was very simply I thought on f3 I could play queen f5. To
Here,
put the
queen
pawn on
f5.
h5. Yeah, but with the
Ah,
but the point is there's rook takes e4 and I just resign the game. So like I mean
uh,
I basically put the pawn on h5 to play queen f5 and then of course it's just terrible. I mean maybe a computer can save it, but I mean considering the time situation and everything else it's very difficult. And then I just blunder with g6 and after that there's not really much more that needs to be said. But yeah, I mean it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing overall. Of course, I mean if I had won the match against Maxime yesterday like I should have, then I mean everything would be fine. But because I didn't win that, I mean the 1-1 today is really not really satisfactory, I guess you could say. But you know, it is what it is.
I think there's so many questions to ask. We're four
Mm-hmm.
matches in, but I think the first one that I want to ask is about your opening choices. You've been playing um, exclusively some pretty offbeat lines, and they have been working remarkably well. Are you, first of all, what inspired them, and are you surprised by how well they've been working?
Well, I mean, it's chess. I think these days computers have shown that pretty much anything is playable if it's not outright losing. That's the first thing. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, I've been playing non-standard stuff. I do have this tournament called the Candidates coming up. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit too carefree with my approach in the openings here, but considering that there's very little on the line objectively relative to the tournament in April, I just feel like experimenting and. Yeah, I mean the openings have been working very well. I see someone in chess or someone in chat saying they aren't working well. I mean, basically the game against Maxime, I mean, I was much better if not winning. And then of course it became messy later on. And I lost that game. But out of that opening, the Armageddon, I was much better. I mean, I just much better. So the result doesn't reflect the position that I had in that game. I mean, this one also completely fine, I think, out of the opening. So I think it's more the decisions in critical moments haven't been great. My time usage also hasn't been fantastic. So yeah, it's what it is. I mean, obviously it's a tough event. There are a lot of strong players. So just try to take it one match at a time. And the good thing, at least here, is that I mean, I guess you're only eliminated if you're in seventh and eighth. And actually, you know, I didn't realize this yesterday, but if I had known that that was the format, I probably would have forced a draw against Wesley. But I actually thought the format was only the top four make it through. I thought it was like top four make it through to semis. Everyone else is eliminated, and that really cost me. I mean, that first match against Wesley for sure. But yeah, it's you know overall it's been fun though. I mean, I've had interesting games, and that I think is all you can really ask for.
Speaking of the match against Wesley, that was the first match of the event. And when you guys came down to, to your last seconds to see that time scramble play out over the board, I don't think I'd seen those kind of nerves. I mean, both of you were visibly, maybe nervous isn't the right word, but I think you're so much more used to playing Blitz online, obviously. So how did you find the adjustment to playing Blitz with so little increment over the board?
Well, I mean, there are a few things. I think certainly I've been very shaky, and I think more than anything, as far as yesterday goes, is because I just have not played Rapid or Blitz over the board in a very long time. Actually, I'm not even sure when the last time it was. Maybe it was in St. Louis in September or something. But even that, I don't think. No, I didn't. Sorry, it just happened. It was before the Sinquefield Cup. So I actually don't remember the last time I've even played over the board in Rapid or Blitz. So I think the long layoff definitely affected me. I think for Wesley, he was also very nervous. It was a very messy position, a lot going on. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, like I was just way too on edge, and also I think frankly all the noise and all the other nonsense going on didn't help. But that's kind of how it goes. And actually, someone in chat says, yeah, last time I played Blitz was Norway, which was I guess May or June. So it has been a very long time. So yeah, just how it goes.
You mentioned noise and nonsense in the background. We noticed that before the game start, you guys were often kind of half laughing, half annoyed. Sometimes there were a few aborted handshakes. What is happening before the games?
I mean, I guess like since I lost a match, I probably shouldn't talk about these things because people are going to think that I'm saying it since I lost and I'm annoyed. But I think there are a lot of things that I'm not particularly thrilled about. The first thing is that obviously there aren't arbiters for every game. For standard events, like you say, you look at the World Cup or anything that features match play, there always is one arbiter per board. And there's only one arbiter here for 4 boards. That's the first thing. Secondly, chess.com is apparently enforcing a 30 move no draw rule, even though there are no screens showing the moves. So basically, you have to go and ask the arbiter if you've made move 30. And with no screens showing the moves in rapid and blitz, I think it's really just unacceptable, in my opinion, to be in such a situation. Because if you have the games on a screen, it's very easy. You look at the screen, you see you're at move 30, you can offer a draw. But I think the notion of having a 30 move no draw rule when there are no screens showing anything, you have to ask the arbiter. It's just really, really unacceptable in a professional level event like this. So, I mean, there have been many little things that I'm not particularly thrilled by. But at the end of the day, like you kind of have to still try and play chess. That's the bottom line.
Alex, I've been asking, I don't know if you have any question or if you want me to keep rolling on.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the thing is, I lost match. So like, it sounds like I'm just
Yeah.
like annoyed or something. But yeah, it's just there are a lot of little things that I'm not super thrilled by. And I again, like I said, today it did not affect me. Really, I would say much at all. But yesterday it definitely did. So yeah, I'm not trying. Obviously, I'm not trying to downplay or make the event sound like it's terrible or something. But there are a lot of little things that, considering it's I mean, a serious over the board tournament, I'm not very happy about. So yeah, that's how it goes. And also there are other little things, like I see someone in chat asked about Alireza. I think people probably saw this on the official broadcast, but basically when they were doing their show in the room, they were doing it when the players were coming to the room. So like when they do their predictions on the game, and like you have someone, like there's no way someone's not going to be insulted. Like if you say like, okay, you think Lazovic is going to lose, like that is kind of insulting to them. If you say like Alireza is going to lose, like someone's getting insulted along the way when you're doing these predictions, and the players are literally there in the room before the game. So like it's just, yeah, there are a lot of little things that are, shall we say, it feels like aren't proper. But I guess that's how it goes.
Speaking of Alireza, chat wanted to know, how did you feel about his shirt today?
Yeah, I mean, I think his shirt was fine. The other thing I would say about this event that's very strange is I feel like pretty much everybody has been playing very poorly, with the exception of Magnus at various times. Like if you look at Wesley, his match against him was horrible. His match today against MVL was also, I mean, not very good. MVL's been blundering left and right. I've been blundering left and right. Alireza today, it felt like was blundering left and right. So it just seems like everybody's just kind of like a little bit off, is what it feels like. But yeah, Alireza, of course, he had a nice shirt. He didn't have a great day, unfortunately. So
Do you
that's how it
think
goes.
those mistakes are down to end of season fatigue?
I mean, it could be nerves. I mean, it's very hard to judge what exactly it is, but a lot of the blunders that people are making here, and I'm not even just talking about myself. Some of them are just like bizarre. Like it wasn't Alireza was just winning against Wesley at the end of his game. He made a horrible blunder against me. I mean, MVL's been blundering against me. He was winning against Fabi, blundered there. I've been blundering. I mean, it's very hard to judge what it is. I think for some of the players, after having played in St. Louis, like MVL specifically, it's probably it probably is something like fatigue. I mean, of course, Fabiano also seemed like he was playing relatively decently yesterday, and today just the wheels come off. So I don't really know what to make of it. But like I said, the good thing for me at least is that the top six do advance to play. I think playing the next set of matches, and I think at least right now, even though I have a horrible score, I do have some easier matches, hopefully easier, coming up.
Tomorrow, Nodirbek and Fabiano. How do you feel about those two? What's your experience of playing them in the past?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I played Fabiano a bazillion times. It's not particularly surprising. I mean, Nodirbek, I haven't played him that much over the board, really, outside of the 960. I think last year in Iceland. Of course, very very dangerous player, playing really really good chess. So I mean, we'll see how it goes. Again, I have a feeling that in this event, a lot of, as far as my result goes, a lot of it's going to come down to the Armageddons. Just my general feeling. And whether I can actually win one of them or not. And that was the other thing, was I was kind of annoyed at myself because before the Armageddon, I had a feeling that Magnus was going to make a high bid. I didn't know he was going to make 15, but I had a feeling he was going to make a high bid, and I seriously considered bidding like 11 or 12 minutes, and I didn't do it. And so I was also a little bit annoyed at myself before the game for not making a higher bid, but it's all kind of, comes and goes.
What did you think when you saw his bid of 15 minutes?
I mean, I was, I guess, a little bit surprised by 15. I wasn't surprised that it was so high. It's funny because between round and two, when I was like upstairs reviewing, I actually was wondering if I should like just bid 15 minutes and get white guaranteed, and then I decided not. Then like that thought, sort of left my mind after the second game. But I was a little surprised by 15. I wasn't surprised he bid high, which is why I was kind of annoyed that I bid so low. But yeah, again, it's all in retrospect. It's a lot easier. It's easier to see it and be like, okay, I should have bid lower, so forth. I mean, if I bid like 12 minutes and he bid like 10.50, I would have been angry. So like it's always easier in retrospect knowing what the bids were.
And maybe just one final question for today. Or Alex, were you about to?
No, I mean, I was just going to say on the bid thing, what surprised me is, I mean, from like a game theory point of view, it would seem kind of crazy to bid 15 minutes, right? Why not bid, let's say 13 and a half or something like this? So was Magnus trying to make some kind of statement there, or
Well, I mean, I
there...
think he knew that I was going to want black, so he didn't want to even think about it. He just figured if you bid 15, I'll get white and and hope for a low bid. I think that's what it was more than anything. I mean, Nepo's done the same thing actually in the past online, but ultimately, I would say that I feel like there's actually a very, very big difference between online and over the board. And like online, I think bidding as low as I did or even lower is probably completely fine. I think over the board, it actually doesn't work out, I guess, as well as it should, because even the openings, online you can play 10 moves in like 2-3 seconds. Over the board, it's going to take you 5-10 seconds at least. So yeah, I think I think probably a lot of the bids have been kind of dubious overall. From the black side, probably too low, but yeah, I know there's so many more to go, so I shouldn't say too much about the strategy, or at least how I feel about it.
I have one more question about one of the rules. Maybe I'm opening the door here, for some more complaints. But how do you feel about the higher rated player always starting with white, which to us felt a little bit weird, maybe?
Okay, I mean, I would say that yeah, I think how can I be politically correct with this answer? I think yes, the people at chess.com presume that having white in the first game is an advantage. Having white in the first game as a higher seed is obviously a big disadvantage. So higher seeds actually I feel like get penalized by having white in the first game on average. So yeah, it's not ideal. I guess I would say. I think if you were trying to give the higher seeds an average, which you feel, I mean, in general, you would think they should have an advantage. They should almost certainly play black in the first game, not white. So I think that would be that would be a lot better. I also think if we're talking about the rules, I think it's really suspect that if you lose an Armageddon, you get no points. And it's not even really about me, but like if I look at MVL, like MVL's had 3 matches now. If you exclude the match against me, he's lost 3 Armageddons and he has gotten 0 points for that. I feel like that is a big mistake from a format standpoint. I feel like again with a 1-0, it doesn't seem right. Like I feel like there should be something like what they did in Norway chess, where I don't know, it's like I think in Norway chess, if you lost in the tiebreaker game, you got half a point, and the person who won got 1 point. Something like that, or 1.5, or some difference makes sense. I just think that the idea of having Armageddons and you get you basically, if you lose Armageddon, you get 0 is just completely wrong. In my opinion, I don't think it's right. I think like for MVL, like what has he really done wrong in this tournament to basically have 1 point? It seems grossly unfair, in my opinion, to have that. So. I mean, both those things I think are big mistakes. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it at this point, but to me, it just seems completely wrong.
Yeah, I completely see where you're coming from. I quite have to agree with that. I think I am all out of questions for today. So I don't know, Alex, if you have anything else, or if Hikaru, you have anything else to add.
I mean, not a whole lot. I mean, I guess the main thing I would say is I'm just glad that I played significantly better today. I mean, I still like the first game against Alireza wasn't great, but I think on average I was much better today than I was yesterday. So I think that's the upside. in general terms, but it's disappointing, obviously, because I feel like I should have 2 points, not 1 point. Maybe not the match day, but I feel like I probably should have gotten won one of the other two matches. Or what, even this match, maybe if I'd played a couple better moves. But regardless, it just feels like it'd be nice to have one more match point than what I have. But it's a long tournament, and there still are, I think, 3 more rounds. I mean, I have Fabi, Nodirbek. So if I have a good day tomorrow, I'll definitely be in the top 6. So just have to play good chess.
Absolutely. We will look forward to seeing your games tomorrow. I think, as the chat already pointed out. Thanks for coming on today,
No
and
problem.
best of luck for
Good luck
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good one, you guys.
Have a good
Cheers.
one. See you
See you guys.
soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, well, there were some very interesting thoughts and points being addressed in this. Actually, I have to say what I found the most shocking out of everything Hikaru said, and I don't easily get outraged or angry, but this, I find it really bad that they are doing predictions in front of the players just before they're about to start playing. I'm like, I don't understand who can possibly think that is an okay thing to do. Like, that to me is just completely outrageous and messed up. I really hope that they are going to change that, because, I mean, yeah, I don't have the words. I don't know how you feel, but I think it's just, yeah, insane.
Yeah, adds a little spice to the chess world, no?
Certainly does. But yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see. I mean, they just have to stop doing that. I mean, you can't have players sitting there and then predicting, oh, this guy is probably gonna lose. Anyway, I'm gonna
Yeah.
shut up. But as you can see, I am quite outraged by that. I think there were a lot of interesting things that Hikaru raised about the regulations, but also about his play. I think it was good to see that he's still feeling optimistic about his chances. Tomorrow, as Hikaru mentioned, will be a huge day, so we hope to see you all then. Thank you so much for watching us today. I know the last game wasn't what we hoped for, but as Hikaru mentioned himself, overall it was a much better day than yesterday. So if he can take it up even just one more tiny notch tomorrow, I still think that Hikaru is in a great spot to make it at least to the survival stage. So that's all from us for today. Alex, I'll leave the final words with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Hikaru said, it resonated with me, at least. When he talked about how he only has one match point, but would have been nice to have that second match point. And I really think we're not being biased here when I say that his play, did deserve something, the breaks to go his way a little bit more in the combination of this match and the Wesley So match, and especially the MVL match. Given just how well he's been playing, it is a pity that both of these Armageddons, this one and against MVL, went against him. And hopefully he will be able to win. He will be able to be the one that kind of comes out on top in these fine margin situations with
That's
about half the tournament to go.
Sorry if you see me laughing away at the very serious points you're making. It's because for some reason Magnus is playing Blitz against someone I don't recognize in the background. Um, Someone said against Dennis. I don't know who Dennis is. I don't know who that person is, but that's quite a funny sight to end the day with. And yeah, tomorrow is a big one. Alex and I will be here to take you through. Oh no, this is certainly not Denis Lazovic. I don't know who it is, but I am certain it is not Lazovic. So maybe some promo thing, maybe, Magnus just playing more chess for fun. Don't know. We will see you guys tomorrow. I very much hope to not see the players sort of looking to the side and laughing at the start at those predictions being shared with them. That's the last I'll say of it. Thank you guys for being here today. We appreciate you all. We hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good remainder of your day or evening. We will see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.
See you tomorrow.